able to put up terribly brazenly very long ago, but given that he has won seats up in the north of England where Labour have had a very strong hold for many, many years, he has now made it his job to spell out that he will be there for all the people, and he needs to stand up for what he calls that one nation conservatism that he supports.
We did it! We pulled it off, didn't we? We pulled it off. We broke the deadlock, we ended the gridlock, we smashed the roadblock, and in this glorious, glorious pre-breakfast moment before a new dawn rises on a new day and a new government, I want first of all to pay tribute to good colleagues who lost their seats through no fault of their own in the elections just gone by. And I, of course, want to congratulate absolutely everybody involved in securing the biggest Conservative majority since the 1980s, which was literally, as I look around, literally before many of you were born. And with this mandate and this majority, we will at last be able to do what? You've been paying attention. Because this election means that getting Brexit done is now the irrefutable, irresistible, unarguable decision of the British people. And with this election, I think we've put an end to all those miserable threats of a second referendum.
So Boris Johnson able to start spelling out the sorts of things he couldn't possibly have said even a matter of a few days ago, but he knows now pretty much what his situation is. Apologies for noises off if you can get them in the background, but we want to focus also on what has happened to the Labour Party with that essentially crushing defeat, and the Labour Party leader Jeremy Corbyn already making it clear that he won't be leading his party into another election, but goodness me, that could be as long as 5 years from here. Many in his party want to see some action much quicker than that. They want him standing down, some of them, immediately. But he was speaking about his situation just a short while ago. Let's hear what he had to say.
Obviously very sad at the result we've achieved, and very sad at those colleagues that lost their seats in the election, and very sad for many people in this country who will now have a government that is continuing policies of austerity, and many of the poorest communities, I think, will suffer very badly from the economic strategy that I suspect the Prime Minister will take forward. But also, I have pride in our manifesto that we put forward, and all the policies we put forward, which actually had huge public support on issues of universal credit, the green industrial revolution, and investment for the future. But this election was taken over ultimately by Brexit, and we as a party represent people who both voted Remain and Leave, and my whole strategy was to reach out beyond the Brexit divide to try and bring people together, because ultimately the country has to come together. I think the issue that dominated this election ultimately was Brexit. Our policies, I've named some, and there are many others I could name, were actually all of them individually very popular. There was no huge debate or disagreement in the party about any of the policies in our manifesto. The issue was, ultimately, the Prime Minister said he's going to get Brexit sorted. It is, how should I put it, a mirage of nonsense, because he knows perfectly well that he's either got to get an agreement with the European Union, or he's going to spend 7 years negotiating with the United States, and I'm worried about the effect on our manufacturing industry and our trading position in that period.
When are you planning on standing down?
Well, the National Executive will have to meet, of course, in the very near future, and it's up to them. They'll make that decision, not me, but what I hope is there will be a period when we can have a good discussion within the party, and I think that's healthy and that's to be very welcome, and I hope those that were inspired by our manifesto will actually join the party and take part in that discussion, and it's up to them to set a programme for when an election will take place. It'll be in the early part of next year.
It's quite often leaders stand down straight away after a general election defeat like this. I mean, this is a catastrophic defeat. Many people would expect you to stand down straight away.
I was elected to lead the party, and I think the responsible thing to do is not to walk away from the whole thing, and I won't do that. I will stay here until there has been somebody elected to succeed me, and then I will step down at that point.
The early part of next year, those were the words that Jeremy Corbyn used to spell out when he expected to be stepping down as leader of the Labour Party. Well, let's get you back to Downing Street for a moment, and Norman Smith is there. Norman, following, well, much excitement for number 10, but interestingly, in a way, the scale of victory might even make the Conservatives rethink, Boris Johnson rethink a little bit about the way he can move forward.
Well, the scale of his victory means he's basically got a free hand to do whatever he wants. He has a totally crushed opposition who will now presumably go into a period of intense introspection, who knows, maybe even civil war. He has an absolutely massive majority. He's not beholden to any group in his party any longer, and he has a manifesto which actually commits him to remarkably little. So he has a blank sheet of paper and he can do what he wants. And in a way, we are now going to find out who the real Boris Johnson is, because he has travelled politically pretty light throughout his career, but now we're going to see what it is he actually believes in. And there are some who hope we will see the re-emergence of the sort of Boris Johnson who was Mayor of London and who was a much more one-nation centrist sort of Conservative leader, much more of a sort of socially liberal Conservative leader. Maybe we will see that sort of a Conservative Prime Minister. What is absolutely true, though, he is going to have to work incredibly hard to keep on board those traditional Labour supporters who abandoned their loyalties of the past generations and decided to back him. He's going to have to demonstrate to them that they were right to put their trust in him.
Norman, there's some suggestion that when he makes what would be seen as his first clear statement as Prime Minister, which is usually an opportunity to try to talk also about unity, bringing the country together, etc., he might not do that where you are. He might not do that at number 10. He might head up north. Is there something in that?
I think we'll probably hear from him in Downing Street today, whether over the next 48 hours he chooses to travel to one of these iconic constituencies, one of the former steel towns, pit villages, which the Tories have now won. I think that's eminently possible. And the message he will have to convey is one of the big tent, of bringing people together. That, I think, will be the real test of his premiership, whether he can deliver on Brexit and whether he can bring this country together again.
OK, Norman, thanks very much indeed for that. There's one other area which could be a real test for his leadership over the course of the next few years, and that is what will happen within Scotland itself. Now, the leader of the Scottish National Party, Nicola Sturgeon, has said that her party's very strong performance in Scotland means more calls for a second vote on the country's independence.
Last night, the SNP won an incredible 80% of seats in Scotland, an overwhelming endorsement of our campaign, message and vision. It is clear, beyond any doubt, that the kind of future desired by the majority in Scotland is very different to that chosen by much of the rest of the UK. Scotland has rejected Boris Johnson and the Tories, and yet again we have said no to Brexit.
Nicola Sturgeon there, a very confident Nicola Sturgeon, reinvigorated, winning more seats than they already had. I mean, it feels like they've pretty much owned Scotland at the moment. I'm joined now by Lorna Gordon in Edinburgh. And Lorna, it's difficult to see anything other than the laying out of a very heavy-duty battleground here.
Yeah, I think there are going to be constitutional fights ahead. I mean, make no mistake, this was a very, very, very good result for the SNP. The opinion polls suggested their numbers would go up, but I think the result took even the party itself by surprise, winning 48 out of 59 seats here in Scotland. That is more than 80% of the seats the Westminster Westminster seats available. Nicola Sturgeon, Scotland's First Minister and leader of the SNP, sounding very bullish in that speech she gave a little earlier. She setting out what she has long trailed, and that is the fact that she will be asking the Westminster government for permission to hold a second independence referendum here in Scotland, and she wants to ask for that before Christmas. In that speech a little earlier, she said she will ask next week for that, and that next week she will set out the detailed democratic case for the transfer of power. She also said that Boris Johnson has no right to stand in the way of this, and that really is where the challenge is, because Boris Johnson has said no to a Section 30 order. He has said a referendum on Scottish independence is a once-in-a-generation event, and of course the first one took place 5 years ago in 2014. So you have two diametrically opposed positions. One side which has really painted pretty much almost all of the map of Scotland yellow. That's the SNP. They want this second independence referendum. They say they have a strengthened mandate for a second referendum. And then the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom saying that ain't gonna happen. Hard to see how this is going to get reconciled, but there are going to be big battles ahead.
Very clear. Lorna, thanks very much indeed, joining us there from Edinburgh. And here in Westminster, I'm joined now by Natasha Clark, who's the digital political editor at the Sun newspaper, a supporter of Boris Johnson, of course, and a bigger victory than perhaps even the paper thought.
Yes, absolutely. I think everybody predicted that Boris Johnson was going to get a majority. I think some of us were thinking it might be a small majority, but actually it was a pretty big one, and actually bigger than a lot of the opinion polls that we'd seen in the past few days predicting as well. I think the last YouGov poll had him on about 28 seats. The one before that had him actually closer to the real result on about 68 seats. So actually, yes, Boris Johnson, did far better than I think anybody else sort of predicted, better than the polls predicted, in fact. And we saw some of the seats that had never gone Tory before, even better result.
We were hearing from Norman Parkinson earlier about the potential for Boris Johnson now to do what he wants, which is obviously a big opportunity, but that's the sort of majority he's got. What does he need to do?
Well, he needs to get Brexit done, doesn't he? We've heard that throughout the campaign. That's his entire message is about trying to get Brexit done for the country. He says now he's going to try and bring his Brexit bill back to Parliament probably next week, we're thinking. He probably won't be able to get it through by Christmas. There's obviously a lot of stages involved in every single parliamentary bill, and it'll take a little time to get it done. But we're expecting him to have a Queen's speech next week and then bring it back to Parliament and try and get Britain out of the EU by January 31st.
Now, that's interesting. I mean, getting that stage done quickly does rather fill the challenge that he's given himself about get Brexit done for many people. The reality is, as you and I know, Brexit is a much bigger beast than whether we are stepping in or out of the EU at one moment. It's what comes next, and that is part of Brexit. That is where the complications will arise.
Yes, absolutely. Obviously, this is just the first stage of getting Brexit done, just getting us actually legally out of the EU by the 31st of January, as Boris Johnson keeps saying.
So was it a specious statement, do you think, the slogan, get Brexit done?
I think Boris does want to get Brexit done overall. He has, stuck to his guns. In his manifesto, he promised that we will be out of the EU completely by the end of 2020, an end of transition period. Whether Boris Johnson can do that and stick to his manifesto promise, I think there are a lot of people sceptical in Westminster now whether he can get that done in the very tight timetable of a year. But yes, we've got a little bit further to go before Boris Johnson can say, I've done Brexit.
When you look, Natasha, at the starting to work through the numbers and exactly what has happened and who's voted where, and we're still in this world where the proportion of votes for parties which either support Remain or a second referendum is still greater than those supporting Brexit, essentially. How do you read that? What does that tell you still about the reality? OK, it's a thumping majority, but the reality is not an awful lot has changed in public mood.
Absolutely. The reality is that 3 years on from the referendum, we still haven't left. And I think that, this result, if anything, has told us that the British public do still want Britain to leave the EU. There are a lot of Labour voters that lent their vote to Boris Johnson last night, a lot of them in the northern seats that we saw Boris Johnson take. They still want to do this. They still want to get Brexit done. Obviously, it still shows that we, as a country, are still completely divided. There are still a lot of people who want a second referendum. Obviously, Labour tried to capitalise on that by going for both the Leave and the Remain vote. So I don't think we can specifically say say that the Labour Party is just a Remain party. It's definitely trying to appeal to both sides of the debate. Whether they can do that or not, obviously completely failed in their strategy in this election. But yes, to sum up, we're still a pretty divided country, and I think we're probably going to remain that way until we do leave the EU, if indeed we do.
Well, interesting point at the end there. Natasha, thanks very much indeed. Boris Johnson would have no issue with saying we will. Indeed, I think his words were, it is now the irrefutable, irresistible, unarguable message that we will be stepping out of the European Union on January the 31st. Now, a little earlier, I was speaking to Mairead McGuinness. Mairead McGuinness is the first Vice President of the European Parliament. She is an Irish MEP and a representative of the Fine Gael party. That's the same party as Leo Varadkar, who is the Taoiseach, the Prime Minister of Ireland. And I asked her for her reaction to this election result.
Well, look, you can interpret this either way. I think what it absolutely does, it gives him the ability now to get the withdrawal agreement through the House of Commons, which was where it was stuck. And now that's over. So we know the divorce will happen at the end of January. As to what it means for the future, I don't think we can predict yet. So perhaps it will give him more flexibility. Maybe he will not be minded to diverge too much from the European Union in terms of standards and regulations. Or perhaps he might indeed do the opposite. So I don't think any of us are any the wiser as to how the future will play out. As you know, and you've just been speaking about that, the European Union is quite clear that we do want to have a strong relationship with the United Kingdom, but obviously we will want to make sure that our standards, the single market customs union, is not damaged in the process. So we probably should get over the first phase, get the withdrawal agreement through the House of Commons and indeed through this Parliament, and then look to the future, although there is very little time in which to negotiate a complete new relationship with the United Kingdom. I hope that the Prime Minister is minded to say, look, we have a close relationship now, let's keep it that way. And therefore, if that is how he operates post the divorce, then I think things can evolve more rapidly. But if indeed he is minded to go in the other direction of wanting to be free of the European Union and not abide by a level playing field, that will make the negotiations much more difficult. So really at this stage, we hope that the easier option is chosen.
Right, but let's get a sense of realism in terms of timetable. Boris Johnson talks about getting a deal done by the end of next year. In your view, is that remotely possible if it's going to be a deal which, as you would see it, perhaps maintains the sort of strong relations with the EU that perhaps Britain needs as much as the EU?
Well, I think we all need that we stay together, whatever the relationship is. There is no point in, the European Union and the United Kingdom falling out and having no relationship. That it would be just, you couldn't even contemplate that. So if we sit down and try and forge a relationship, it does seem like very little time between the February the 1st and the end of 2020. But depending on goodwill and depending on what the ask is from the United Kingdom and the European Union's position, all things are possible. But most people who are involved in trade negotiations say this is not possible and that there would need to be an extension of the transition period. What we all would hope doesn't happen is that we get to the end of December 2020 and there is a crash-out Brexit. And I suppose none of us can put that off the table for now. So even in the aftermath of this very significant victory for Boris Johnson and the Conservative Party, while we're happy to be moving towards completing the first phase, we're still mindful that things could go wrong in the second phase of the negotiations, which I think will be more difficult, more complicated than the withdrawal agreement itself, because it dealt with three core issues. Difficult, but we managed to secure a deal. The trade, the economic, the relationships on security are much more diverse, and it will be quite difficult to nail this down within a manner of 11 months. I mean, most people here in the Parliament think it's impossible, but let's see what happens in January 1st when we get the withdrawal agreement through.
That's Mairead McGuinness at the European Parliament in Brussels. Not impossible, but very difficult, she says, to get a trade deal done by the end of next year. Now, more than ever, this campaign played out, of course, in the digital world. That is the way of things. Social media playing a part in spreading the party's messages through targeted ads, viral videos as well. Let's just give you a couple of examples. The first one features Jeremy Corbyn reading out mean tweets.
I'll bet Jeremy Corbyn will be glad when this election is over, so he can go back to wearing his commie hat. What is a commie hat? Can someone tell me who Jeremy Corbyn is? The next Prime Minister.
And let's have a look also at the Conservatives' digital campaign, at least a part of it, that parody from the film Love Actually.
Oh, hi. Who is it? It's Carol Singers.
Yeah, well, you might laugh, you might cringe, whatever. Those are the sorts of things that are being pumped out there. And the team at BBC Trending has been watching social media very closely, of course, throughout the campaign. Mariana Spring joins me now just to reflect a bit, Mariana, on what we're getting. And online in particular, what has changed since 2017?
I think what's interesting is those viral videos that you just showed did really rack up the numbers. They're content created by the parties, by activists who are aligned to the parties. But actually, there's a lot of other stuff going on social media, which is just as important, and the results show us that. So Labour might have done really well. They put out a press release actually on Wednesday where they said, we've run the best social media election campaign ever. But actually, all this other stuff that goes on in Facebook groups, on Facebook pages that's outside of their control has been just as influential. In 2017, we saw that lots of pro-Corbyn Facebook pages did particularly well, but they haven't been as influential this time round for two reasons. Firstly, the algorithms have changed on Facebook, and that's what determines what you see on your social media feeds. And essentially what has happened is you see more posts from your friends and family than you do sites like this. But also, really importantly, there are these two new networks, these ecosystems of Facebook pages and groups that have emerged, pro-Brexit ones and anti-Brexit ones. And the pro-Brexit ones this time around have been particularly noisy, and they've also been really good at uniting behind the Conservatives and encouraging tactical voting in a way that the pro-Remain ones haven't managed to. And it's important, you know, these kinds of groups and pages are outside of the control of the spin doctors and people running the digital campaigns for the official parties, but they're run by people up and down their living rooms in the UK, people we've interviewed for BBC Trending, but actually can have a real impact. And I think the other thing that's really important is Labour, again, have benefited from the fact that social media in general is skewed to the left, particularly Twitter, and that can give the impression that that Labour are doing really well online, when actually one of the phenomena we've heard a lot about is from people, we've interviewed people who run local Facebook groups, for instance, and they've said that Conservative voters are much quieter online, much shyer, this phenomenon of shy Tories, or lots of them just don't use social media at all. So actually, yesterday, seeing lots of Labour content on social media was misleading when it came to the national conversation.
That's an important point, isn't it? Because we talk so much about digital, and clearly it's growing exponentially as well, so its influence grows with it. But it doesn't involve everyone, and it doesn't necessarily, Mariana, dictate which way they're going to vote anyway.
No, exactly. And for instance, yesterday there was quite a lot of stuff on Instagram and Twitter from celebrities, or the winner of Love Island from last year, for example, Amber Gill, and she posted her support of the Labour Party. And when you're seeing lots of content like that, you could think, oh, these people have got millions of followers. They're going to be affecting how people vote. But actually, younger voters are only part of the electorate, and often clustered in areas that would naturally go to Labour anyways. So it perhaps hasn't had the influence that we expected it to.
OK, Mariana, thank you very much indeed. It's fascinating stuff, isn't it? Boris Johnson is back in number 10 Downing Street. He's been in there for a while now, having been to see the Queen, to be given permission to form the next government. Just want to show you the sort of reception he received, not from Buckingham Palace, but from his own people arriving back at number 10. Have a look at this. Sort of guard of honour for Boris Johnson there, but obviously given the scale of that majority, a 78 majority, something that the Conservatives haven't been able to crow about for the best part of 30 years, since the days of Margaret Thatcher, it's perhaps no wonder he received such a rapturous reception there. In the remarks he has made to date, he did point out that he recognised that many of the votes that had come the Conservatives' way had been effectively, as he put it, lent to them by people who might otherwise have been voting Labour or another party. And he recognised also that it was now his job to make sure that they stayed with the Conservative Party. So that is from some traditional Labour heartland areas. That will be a very tough challenge indeed, but it played on the message that he has put out so far, which is he sees himself very much as a one-nation Conservative leader, and he will be serving the country as a whole. How he puts that into practice, of course, well, that's the big challenge. He obviously is first going to start with getting Brexit done, which I think most main parties would recognise was the slogan of the election campaign and has probably got him into office. You are watching BBC News. It is 2 o'clock here in Westminster on one of the most momentous days in British politics in decades. Boris Johnson's Conservative Party has comprehensively won the UK general election. The Tories have a majority of 78 seats with 1 seat to declare, and Mr Johnson has promised to deliver Brexit and repay the trust of voters. As for the Labour leader, Jeremy Corbyn, well, he has announced he will step down as the leader of the party. Hasn't given a precise date, but pointed to early in the new year. Labour swept aside in its traditional heartlands in the Midlands and northeastern England. Now, Mr Johnson addressed supporters after it was clear that his party has won, and this is what he had to say.
We did it. We pulled it off, didn't we? We pulled it off. We broke the deadlock. We ended the gridlock. We smashed the roadblock. And in this glorious, glorious pre-breakfast moment, before a new dawn rises on a new day and a new government, I want first of all to pay tribute to good colleagues who lost their seats through no fault of their own in the elections just gone by. And I, of course, want to congratulate absolutely everybody involved in securing the biggest Conservative majority since the 1980s, which was literally, as I look around, literally before many of you were born. And with this mandate and this majority, we will at last be able to do what?
A very bullish, effervescent Boris Johnson with a big majority to play with. You're watching BBC World News. Here is our election special.
Good afternoon. You join us live in Westminster, where Boris Johnson is beginning a new term as Prime Minister after the Conservatives won their biggest majority since 1987. The Tory leader returned to Downing Street earlier after visiting Buckingham Palace to ask the Queen for permission to form a government. Overnight, his gamble to hold a December election paid off. He now has a majority of 78 and a mandate, he says, to leave the EU.
With this mandate and this majority, we will at last be able to do what?
Labour performed poorly, losing 59 seats, many of them in places they've held for decades. Jeremy Corbyn says he'll stand down as leader early next year.
I think the responsible thing to do is not to walk away from the whole thing, and I won't do that. I will stay here until there has been somebody elected to succeed me, and then I will step down at that point.
A strong result for the SNP, who now hold 48 seats out of the 59 in Scotland. Nicola Sturgeon says it sends a clear message for a second independence referendum.
The stunning election win last night for the SNP renews, reinforces and strengthens the mandate we have from previous elections to offer the people of Scotland a choice over their future.
Liberal Democrat leader Jo Swinson quits after she loses her own seat to the SNP and the party fails to improve its position at Westminster. We'll hear from her in a moment.
We'll be drilling deeper into these numbers this afternoon. We will show you where the seats have swapped hands, and we'll pick out the trends that explain why a large part of this map is now blue.
And euphoric, gutted, delighted, devastated, heartbroken, puzzled, triumphant. Just some of the words used by voters here in Birmingham to describe how they feel about the 2019 general election.
Hello, good afternoon and welcome to viewers here in the UK on BBC One and the BBC News channel and around the globe on BBC World News. The Conservative Party has secured an overwhelming win in the general election. The Prime Minister Boris Johnson now has a majority of 78 with one seat left to declare. We're going to take you straight to central London and Jo Swinson, the Lib Dem leader who lost her seat and quit as leader earlier.
That we can be. But there are many forces that seek to divide us, to allow resentment and fear to fester. And if we want to be that open-minded, warm-hearted society, we need to stand up, join together and fight for it. I'm proud in this election to have fought for what we and millions of people believe is the best future for our country, remaining in the European Union. When 19 Labour MPs helped pass Boris Johnson's Brexit deal in the House of Commons, it was clear we had to act. We forced Johnson to request an extension to Article 50, but without Labour's support couldn't assemble a majority for a people's vote, leaving a general election as the only chance to remain in the EU. So I did not shirk the debates and the phone-ins. I turned up to the interviews and I stood up proudly for our beliefs. I'm proud that Liberal Democrats have been the unapologetic voice of Remain in this election, giving people the chance to choose to stop Brexit. Obviously, it hasn't worked. And I, like you, am devastated about that. But I don't regret trying everything. Because the prize was to save our future, our children's future in Europe, where we can work together to tackle the climate emergency, trade freely to boost our living standards, and be a strong beacon for human rights around the world. We have been true to ourselves and true to our liberal values. And as your leader, I have been true to myself too. As a Scot, as a Brit, as a European, as a liberal, a humanist, a feminist, as a daughter, sister, wife, and a mum to 2 small kids. Being myself, whether people attacked my vision or my voice, my ideas or my earrings. One of the realities of smashing glass ceilings is that a lot of broken glass comes down on your head. So I'm proud to have been the first woman to lead the Liberal Democrats. I'm even more proud that I will not be the last. In Sarah, Vera, Christine and Layla, we have 4 fantastic and experienced women MPs. And in Daisy, Munira and Wendy, we have exciting new talent. They will take the Commons by storm. As I've travelled the country during this campaign, I've loved meeting so many Lib Dem members and activists. The teams really have been extraordinary, with our party at our highest membership numbers in our history. You have shone with optimism, courage and determination. Thank you all for everything you've done. And I'd like to say a special thank you to my staff, both in my leader's office and in my constituency. You are all amazing. Together, we have refused to simply be spectators, sitting on the sidelines while our country heads down a damaging path of which Brexit is only the first step. Our country is in the grip of populism, with nationalism resurgent in all its forms. It is easy to despair. But I say, let's foster hope instead. In Rebecca Solnit's Hope in the Dark, she quotes Václav Havel. The kind of hope I often think about, I understand above all as a state of mind, not a state of the world. Hope in this deep and powerful sense is not the same as joy when things go well, or willingness to invest in enterprises that are obviously headed for early success, but rather an ability to work for something because it is good, not just because it stands a chance to succeed. She then goes on to say, hope is not a door, but a sense that there might be a door at some point, some way out of the problems of the present moment, even before that way is found or followed. There will be a door. There will be a way out of this nationalist surge, and we have to work together to find it. It is a huge job to be done. The answer is that we step up, we organise, we join together. Though I won't be your leader, I will be walking alongside you. We will reflect, regroup, and refresh. We must continue to grow our Liberal movement, both attracting Lib Dem members and by reaching out to work with those who share our values wherever they are. All of us who share an alternative vision for society have a responsibility to learn from this result and find new answers. Next week is the shortest day. We will see more light in the future. Join us for that journey. Let's explore the way together with hope in our hearts. Thank you.
Jo Swinson there speaking publicly, first time in central London since she quit as leader and lost her seat of East Dunbartonshire, saying that she was proud that her party had been the unapologetic voice of Remain and warned of a nationalist surge in both England and Scotland that she said the Lib Dems would continue to fight. Let's bring in our panel, just talk to Fraser Nelson from The Spectator and Jenny Russell from The Times. And what you heard there was a woman, a leader, who was unapologetically still following the Remain voice. Now, 2 years ago, when Theresa May lost her majority, I remember watching the panels of people saying this is the end of hard Brexit and this is the end of Scottish independence. So when she says this is the end of Remain, do you accept that that is the end of Remain, or rather, when we think it's the end of Remain, is that it now?
Well, it is now, because Remain becomes rejoin. Britain will be leaving the EU at the end of next month, so those who want to go back into the EU have to make a far more difficult argument. But the strange thing is there that if she was the only party of Remain, which she was when Labour declared its neutrality, the Lib Dems ought to have picked up lots of votes from people if the remaining was that important to them. But amazingly, the only real party of Remain in this election didn't pick up a single extra seat.
What was the Remain alliance's main problem here? If they really still thought they had half the nation on their side, why couldn't they garner that into votes?
Because there was no alliance. There was no coordination between the Liberals and the Labour Party. Yesterday I was out in Kensington, for instance, which went in the end to the Tories by 150 votes, although there's a big majority against the Conservatives, and people are utterly confused about whether they should be voting Lib Dem or Labour. 150 votes is the way that it went. Now, there was the responsibility of the Remain parties, if they were serious, to get together and agree to stand down in constituencies where the other one had a chance of winning through. Boris Johnson and Dominic Cummings were brilliant in this election because they united the Leave vote, and the Remain vote was utterly split. We now know that it was probably 52 for the Remain parties and 48 for Leave, perversely, but because they were totally unable to coordinate, they could not stand back from their own self-interest. They both thought that they had the magic touch that would mean that voters would flock to them. Therefore, they lost.
So is that just about the coordination of the parties, or was it that the voters, do you think voters were prepared to go down a tactical voting mission?
No, probably not to that degree. No, because there are real divisions between Labour and the Lib Dems. And I also think that a great many people who hoped that Britain would stay within the EU could not tolerate Jo Swinson's declaration that she would revoke Article 50. Of course, it came with caveats, but lots of people who thought and hoped that the country might democratically decide to remain in a second referendum thought you cannot say to people, we're just going to ignore what you said in the referendum. You have to give them a second chance, not say, shut up, we weren't listening.
The mandate Boris Johnson has got now is huge, which means, in one sense, they have to own whatever happens next. They have to own the leaving process. They have to own the growing of the economy. They have to own Britain's future on the world stage for the next 5, possibly 10 years, and have to make they can't blame anyone else at this point, right?
Certainly not. With a majority this size, everything that happens now will be happen because the Conservative majority government will make it happen. And it's, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. But it's funny, we've spent so long with having no government really properly in control, with David Cameron having to count out of the Lib Dems, with Theresa May, even then Boris Johnson being bashed about by various Tory factions. We've almost forgotten what it's like to have a proper government with a decent majority that does have 100% of the responsibility. Now, that is how our democracy has tended to work. So for good or for ill, everything that happens now will be on Boris Johnson, on the Tories.
And do you think that brings relief, even from people who would never have chosen a Conservative government? Does that sense of direction or of certainty at one level bring relief?
Oh, I think it does, because I speak as a Remainer and somebody who's totally opposed to Boris Johnson's personality, character, record. I think he's lied and has cheated his way through to this election. However, the country has voted for him. He is now somebody, having always run away from the responsibility of the Leave vote, he's now going to have to measure up to the enormous promises that he's made to the country. The thing we know about this election is that he basically avoided all scrutiny. It came down to a handful of very simple slogans: get Brexit done, spend the proceeds, improve people's lives, deal with the problems of crime and police and hospitals. Those were grand, bland promises.
People didn't seem to mind it too much, though, ultimately.
No, they didn't, because they obviously have projected onto him a great deal of hope. And I, in a way, am looking forward to this. I'm thinking, fine, Boris Johnson, you made the grand promises. You cannot now hide behind anybody else. You can't blame anything that now happens on Parliament, on the opposition, on the EU. You have free rein. So please, would you prove to the nation that you have what it takes? And I think we're all fed up with the indecision of the past few years. Britain has been paralysed, there's no growth in the economy. We know that there are huge problems that have to be dealt with. I hope Boris Johnson has what it takes.
I hope you can hang on. Jeremy Corbyn has called his party's performance in the election disappointing and has been laying out his plans for what happens next. This is what he had to say.
Well, the National Executive will have to meet, of course, in the very near future, and it's up to them. They'll make that decision, not me, but what I hope is there will be a period when we can have a good discussion within the party, and I think that's healthy and that's to be very welcome, and I hope those that were inspired by our manifesto will actually join the party and take part in that discussion. It's up to them to set a programme for when an election will take place. It'll be in the early part of next year.
Because quite often leaders stand down straight away after a general election defeat like this. I mean, this is a catastrophic defeat. Many people would expect you to stand down straight away.
I was elected to lead the party, and I think the responsible thing to do is not to walk away from the whole thing, and I won't do that. I will stay here until there has been somebody elected to succeed me, and then I will step down at that point.
Jeremy Corbyn speaking earlier. Richard Bergen is Labour Shadow Justice Minister. Lord Blunkett, Richard, told the World at One the Labour Party are so lacking in any contrite belief that they made a mistake. I haven't heard one of them apologise to all those who lost their seats last night. As a front bench Labour member, would you like to do that now?
Well, I was heartbroken for two reasons last night. Firstly, when I think of people like one of my heroes, Dennis Skinner, people like my friend Laura Pidcock, and all the other fantastic colleagues who lost a seat. But secondly, I was heartbroken when I think of the people I met in my constituency and across the country who so desperately wanted and desperately needed a Labour government in order to scrap universal credit, end the bedroom tax, have a £10 hour minimum wage. I'm deeply disappointed at the results, because there's going to be 5 years of misery for the people that we seek to represent.
I'll take that as a no then. Your party's not very good at apology, is it? You're heartbroken, you're disappointed, but there will be many people who look at the fact you were repeatedly told that you were going down the wrong track, and you come out of an election having lost 2.5 million Labour votes.
Well, what we've got to do is analyse objectively and with humility exactly where...
humility?
Exactly,
we haven't heard anyone say, I think this was my mistake.
I think we've got to analyse exactly where we lost votes in different parts of the country, because in Scotland we lost votes to the SNP. In small...
Well, let's look at all your 100 years of Labour holds
in small
the Red Wall now.
That's what I was coming on to. In small towns in the north that voted Leave, we lost votes to the Brexit Party and the Conservative Party. And of course in London, we lost votes to the Liberal Democrats, which let the Conservatives pip us. We need
I think we're saying the same
analysis.
thing, Richard. You lost votes everywhere. You lost 2.5 million votes. So at that stage, who takes responsibility? Who says, I'm going to put up my hand, I really got this wrong, and I lost good people, their work and good...
Yeah, well, we all need to take responsibility, just as after 1997 to 2010, that Labour government did fantastic things, but it lost 5 million votes between 1997 and 2010 after
They
supporting...
were in government.
Yes.
Three times.
But they lost 5 million votes between 1997 and 2010, and everybody in the party had to reflect with humility on how we lost those 5 million votes and how we're going to get them back. So in the same way...
Tony Blair was your biggest electoral asset that you've ever had. They won 3 elections, you've lost 4, and you don't seem to see that as a problem.
Yeah, of course I see it as a problem, because unlike many people on the media, every day I have to speak to people who are suffering because of Conservative austerity. Every month at my advice sessions, I have to help people who are facing tough times
So what do you
through
tell
no
them
fault
then?
of their own.
What do you tell them? How did it go wrong for them?
Well, it went wrong for them and they didn't get what they wanted, which was a Labour government. I think what happened with this election...
But why? I'm just trying to work out, because you don't seem to think that there was...
That's OK.
Go on.
Yes. What went wrong is it became a Brexit election. The next election won't be a Brexit election. Let's look at 2017, where we gained 3 million votes, and 2019, where we suffered a bad defeat. We had the same leader, the same shadow Chancellor, the same shadow Home Secretary, and a very similar manifesto. One was an electoral advance, we didn't quite win. The other was a big electoral defeat.
You say
the only
it was a
thing that
Brexit
changed,
election as if that was a big surprise.
The only
Why
thing that
couldn't
changed,
Labour fight a Brexit election?
The only thing that changed between 2017 and 2019 was the fact that Brexit became an issue which overshadowed traditional party loyalties. But look...
Well, a lot of things changed. People got to know Jeremy Corbyn better. People got to dislike his the anti-Semitism within the party. People understood that all those who'd signed off Article 50 perhaps weren't standing by that anymore. But why, I repeat the question, why could Labour not fight a Brexit election? It didn't come out of the blue at you.
I think it was very hard for a party that supports communities, both that voted Leave and voted Remain, and there's no easy solution to this. For example, those who say...
Tory voters were Remain and Tory voters were Leave.
Well,
they found a way through it.
Voters largely voted to Leave. But, for example, there's no simple solution. For those who say, if you'd only been more pro-Remain, you'd have won, look at the Liberal Democrats. Even their leader is no longer a Member of Parliament.
Isn't it just a simple difference between having a party that knows what it's going to do and says, arguably repeatedly, what it's going to do, and having a party where there is no clear direction of the leadership, and having a leader who feels that he's not even obliged to make that known, who feels that it's wrong for people to ask him to make that known?
I think it was right that on the issue of Brexit we tried to bring people together. That didn't work. The Conservative narrative of get Brexit done, this is a Brexit election, did work. So we need to analyse objectively and with humility what happened, where we lost votes and to whom in different parts of the country. But there is no future for the Labour Party in watering down our opposition to austerity. There is no future for the Labour Party in trying to triangulate our way back into power.
You'll forgive me, Richard, if I say people might listen to this and hear echoes of Theresa May 2 years ago, standing on the steps saying nothing has changed. You're doing that now.
No, things have changed. Things have changed, and we need to analyse.
I know,
exactly
I've heard you have to analyse with humility and objectivity. You've said that 3 times, but at some point you have to say, as Ed Miliband did, within minutes of his defeat, I totally accept responsibility for this defeat, and we're going to get rid of the man at the helm, and we're going to start again, and we're not going to cling on to whatever that group or that cult or that inner bubble was. We're going to reach out to Labour voters and Labour MPs and Labour activists that we have completely lost. Isn't that what has to happen now?
Well, I was a big admirer, and I'm a big admirer of Ed Miliband. And when I was first elected in 2015, I sent him a text saying I hoped he would stay on as leader, and so there could be a period of reflection. Jeremy's announced he's going to be standing down early in the new year. I think it's right that we have a period of reflection. But we need to analyse the fact that the distribution of votes was clearly a disaster for Labour, but we still got more votes than we did when we won election previously. So we need to have a cold, hard-headed, objective analysis of what went wrong and why. Because if we don't, if we rush to judgment, then we could get it wrong at the next election.
Not asking you to rush to judgment. Do you want to offer an apology? Say I'm sorry?
I'm deeply sorry, and the Labour Party takes full responsibility for the fact that we aren't in government, the fact that people's lives will be made worse by the Thatcherite policies of a Conservative government, Boris Johnson, the cuts he's going to push through and the cuts and privatisation. That breaks my heart, of course it does, because week in, week out, I help people at the hard end of Conservative cuts.
Thank you very much, Richard Bergen. I think we're going to Wales. The Conservatives have performed strongly, though Labour remained the largest party, and we can show you how that breaks down. We're joined from Cardiff by the Conservative MP Stephen Crabb, who held his seat in Preseli in Pembrokeshire. What's going to happen now to the leadership in Wales, Stephen? I know you've done it, Alan Cairns has done it, you've both left. Who's next?
If you're talking about the job of Secretary of State for Wales, I have no idea what the Prime Minister is thinking about doing with respect to that. Clearly there's a position that needs to be filled there. There are able people around, people like David T.C. Davis, who's had a very strong election campaign here, and lots of good new Welsh MPs coming through, so there are options on the table.
Do you find it odd, though, that a man who was fired as Welsh Secretary can still be an MP for his constituents?
Well, you know, he had this very difficult issue to address right at the start of the election campaign. He knew
judgment of character, wasn't it? It was about what he knew over a suspect in a rape trial.
Absolutely, we talked a lot about it at the time, and he knew that if he went into that campaign, he would be asked about it, and when he went onto the doorsteps of his constituents, he would need to be ready to front up on that issue. And he's been re-elected with an increased majority, and so local people in the Vale of Glamorgan have chosen to stick with Alan Cairns. And who are we to say that the constituents are wrong?
Well, I guess you are a party that can decide what kind of candidate you want to put forward.
Sure. There is a ministerial investigation that was launched by the Prime Minister into Alan Cairns. That's ongoing, as far as I understand. I'm not privy to where these things are at, but I understand that's an ongoing process. So there's due process at work. A decision was taken to allow Alan Cairns to have a go at keeping his seat, and he has, with an increased majority. But clearly the issues that led to his resignation haven't gone away, and there will be an outcome to the ministerial investigation, and I have no idea where that will go.
Stephen Crabb, thank you very much indeed. 2 of the 3 Wolverhampton seats in the West Midlands saw the Conservatives gain from Labour. Phil Mackey is there for us. Just talk us through what happened on the night there, Phil.
Well, they very nearly won all 3 in the end. The Conservatives were probably stopped from winning that 3rd seat, which was held by the Labour MP, Pat McFadden, simply because there were 2,500 people who vote for the Brexit Party candidate. The majority in that particular constituency was just 1,000. But yeah, the other 2 seats, Labour MPs Eleanor Smith and Emma Reynolds lost their seats last night as part of this blue wave across the West Midlands. They've won Stoke-on-Trent, they've won West Bromwich, Dudley, and 2 out of the 3 seats in Wolverhampton, some seats that they've never really won from Labour, and certainly not for generations. So the big question is, firstly, are those people there for good? And why, if you're a Labour voter, did you either switch this time, or what do you think went wrong?
It's going to be asked right around the country now. Sorry. I know that you had a voter there, you had a vox pop. Let's play that now. Sorry I cut you off.
We've got 5 years now to get things done, and we can get Brexit done on time at the end of January and get this country moving, and thank goodness we managed to remove that stranglehold of the Hung Parliament.
Well, I abstained. I thought they were both, I thought Boris Johnson you don't trust, and the others, I think I've got more sense than them.
What about Labour now? How would they win your trust back?
If they got someone, a better leader, and better people in who you think would be good in the cabinet.
I'm not a Corbyn supporter, but I prefer the policies that Labour had over what the Conservatives had. So.
Even though you were not a Corbyn supporter, you still voted Labour, did you?
Yeah.
And so there's not. What do you think Labour should do now to try and win the country back?
Get rid of Jeremy Corbyn, I guess.
So Wolverhampton South West, where I am now, this used to be Enoch Powell's seat, Nick Budgeon after that. It has flipped between Conservative and Labour over the years. Wolverhampton North East, well, that's really one of those seats that's always been regarded as a safe Labour seat. So really in Wolverhampton, a change, just like other parts of the West and the East Midlands. This is where Boris Johnson has won his majority. Though people today probably thinking in Wolverhampton just as much about their 4-0 win in the Europa League last night and the fact that the Wolves will still be playing European football next year, as much as they are about the result of the election.
Phil Mackey, I think you probably hit the nail on the head. That puts us all in our place, that football will probably dominate in the pub tonight rather than the politics that we've spent the last 48 hours talking about. Thanks very much indeed. The shadow Brexit Secretary, Sir Keir Starmer, has been giving his reaction to Labour's poor performance. Have a listen.
There's no hiding from the results. They're devastating for our party, devastating for our movement. But most importantly, they will cause even more hurt to the millions of people who've suffered so much on the Tory government. Obviously, we've got to reflect on this, and we've got to reflect on this together as a party and as a movement and try to properly understand this result. But it's also our duty to rebuild our party and our movement, and that's going to be a very, very big task.
Would you like to be the next leader?
Well, I think this is the time for reflecting and understanding the result. I don't underestimate the size of the task ahead as we try to rebuild our party and our movement. Thank you very much.
Keir Starmer, a man who looks like he's just been for a long run to try and think out a night of chaos that went before. I'll just bring you up a tweet we've had from the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan. This general election results nothing short of a catastrophe for the Labour Party, for London and for the United Kingdom. The Labour Party will have to change fundamentally to rise to the challenges and confront the new political reality that we face. Jo Coburn's here. Your thoughts, Jo?
Well, I mean, it was breathtaking, the defeat for Labour, particularly in its former heartlands, in the north of Wales. They'd already lost Scotland. And listening to Richard Bergen, who was sitting with you just a moment ago from Labour's front bench, there is this sense from people like Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London, that the response from the leadership and the front bench has been too understated, that they have not shown, as you said, contrition. They've not apologised for a campaign that clearly backfired, and they haven't faced up to the complaints that have come from their own side about the issue of Brexit on the doorstep and the personal issue of Jeremy Corbyn. The question now for the Labour Party is, it is the end of Corbyn's leadership, if not immediately, then certainly in the next few months, but is it the end of Corbynism?
That is a question perhaps for Ilford North's Labour MP, Wes Streeting. Do you think this will signal a sea change, Wes? Is it the end of Corbynism?
It has to. I mean, I feel like I've been hit by a bus this morning, despite having been returned to Parliament myself. Lost so many very good friends and really good colleagues. communities that Labour's represented for the best part of a century that no longer have a Labour MP. If at this stage, after a historic defeat like this, we are not responding in an equally seismic way, we're sending a message to all of those voters, particularly lifelong Labour voters that have just given us an almighty kicking, that somehow we're still not going to change. And what I would say to Jeremy Corbyn, Richard Bergen, whose interview I listened to earlier, and the others, they had everything they wanted at this election. They had the leader they wanted, they had the National Executive Committee they wanted, they had the manifesto they wanted, they even had the Brexit policy they wanted from conference. They sacked so many people in the senior leadership of the Labour Party itself who had experience of running election campaigns. They had the headquarters they wanted. They had everything. The one thing they couldn't have and didn't have control of was the electorate. And the Labour Party is once again learning a painful lesson that hard left politics of the type that we've put forward to this country do not suffer encounters with the electorate very well. And I'm afraid the Labour Party does need change. It's not about triangulation. It's not about embracing Tory austerity or cuts. That's not why I came into politics. It is about having a mainstream centre-left politics that can win the trust and confidence of the country so that we can govern in the interests of the many, not the few.
So help me understand this then, because many outside your party and within it believed this was the wrong strategy and said so vocally. Were there enough MPs in the PLP that thought, maybe this could work, maybe this is right, we'll give it our shot? Or was it a cowardice that stopped you from, I don't know, overturning what we've just seen?
If I can just be honest, because I think you have to be in the aftermath of an election like this, there's plenty of blame to go around. I stand by everything I've said about Jeremy Corbyn over the last 4.5 years. But if I'm honest, what I said to Jeremy Corbyn back in May, and I said it in the Parliamentary Labour Party, I think I was the only Labour MP that called for his resignation in this Parliament. I said, what people are saying in the tea room, but won't say to your face, Jeremy, is that you are a bigger problem for Labour on the doorstep than Brexit. And I think it's in the best interest of the Labour Party you make way for a leader that could win. And he didn't, and that's his choice, and he owns this result, and the people around him and his cheerleaders own this result. But the parliamentary...
Did John Ashworth say to him what we now understand he felt?
Well, who knows? And look, I just say to the new Parliamentary Labour Party, there is a big responsibility, a collective responsibility resting on all our shoulders. Because let me tell you, we did not lose the election because of a lack of hard work from our activists. Hundreds of thousands of Labour members, in probably unprecedented numbers, have been out knocking on doors, pounding streets. If it was just about legwork, we would have won a landslide on legwork. But it's about the politics, it's about the policies, it's about the leadership, and it's about having a manifesto that offers real change for the country. Because what I heard about the manifesto, even though there are lots of policies in it I could point to and say I'd have been proud to vote for those policies, the problem is it's a bit like having a paint by numbers, and you kind of go through and you paint in number 1 and number 2, and at the end you wonder why you don't end up with a Rembrandt. What I heard on the doorstep again and again from my voters was, how are you going to pay for this? I'm worried this is going to hurt me. I'm worried it's going to hurt my business.
Take us forward,
how
though, Wes.
credible is this?
I just want to see where this goes from here, because, you know, there is something about the watershed moment of any election that makes people, as you would know, just speak truth or speak how they actually feel. You know, everyone's tired and you sort of see the light suddenly. But if you go down the same route with a similar leader, are you going to stand up and say no to that? Or are you going to say we've got to be a broad church and we've got to allow momentum and we've got to allow, you know, Rebecca Long-Bailey to take on the Corbyn message if that's the way the leadership goes? Or I'm trying to work out whether
I think it's a fair question.
You know, do you have to be of one voice now, or is it good to have rebellion in a party?
I think two things. There are 3 things that we need to change. One is on the economy, we need to make sure our policies are credible. Secondly, on our worldview, people need to know that we will stand up for our country and its defence and security. And thirdly, we need to get rid of racism, particularly anti-Semitism, from our ranks. Those are things that definitely need to change. In terms of the answers, all I would say is, throughout our history, no one person, no one tradition in the Labour Party has a monopoly on virtue and wisdom. So we've got to try and come together, and in a way that delivers, frankly, what was promised but never delivered, kinder, gentler politics, a genuinely democratic party, inclusive policy making. I think the next leader of the Labour Party has got to be someone that can bring together a broad-based team, that can take this result on the chin, that can offer a vision of change.
Give me a few names.
It's not, for me, at this stage, it's not about names. And actually, do you know, I think part of if I'm perfectly blunt about this, I think part of what we've heard in the last 24 hours about blaming Brexit for our defeat isn't just about trying to make excuses for poor political leadership. I also think it's about trying to kneecap credible candidates like Keir Starmer and Emily Thornberry before they're even out the trap. So before we get to the personalities, let's get the policies right. Let's hear from these candidates. Have you understood the call for change? Do you have the answers, and do you have the skills and the courage to lead that change?
Wes, thank you very much indeed. You are watching Election 2019. Now we're going to sweep across our newsroom, which, as you can see, or you will see in a second, is a hive of activity. We go over to the Election Results Centre and we join Christian Fraser, who's been looking this time at the performance of the Lib Dems.
That's right, Emily. Yes, just listening to Jo Swinson at the top of the hour, thought we'd have a quick look at the Liberal Democrat performance, and bluntly, they've been crushed. Jo Swinson losing her seat. None of the defectors from the Labour and the Conservative Party who joined the Liberal Democrats have been able to hold on to their seats or win any of those seats. And you look at this, -1, pending the result in St Ives, and we're due to get a result from there in the next hour. And they've gone backwards from 2017, which seemed almost impossible. And yes, they would point you to their vote share. Actually, when you look at that, they performed best on the night, putting on 1.2 million votes. But that's a Pyrrhic victory, you have to say, when Jo Swinson was, of course, running to be Prime Minister. So we should take a quick look at her seat. Dunbartonshire East, which is the central belt just above Glasgow. Look at that. It is a brutal sport, isn't it, politics? She lost by 149. You see that the 7% vote share that the SNP put on was pretty much average across the board on the night. There's the swing from Liberal Democrats to the SNP. Let's talk about St Ives, because, as I say, you're going to see the result coming in shortly. This could be a real face-saver for the Liberal Democrats. You can see it's changed hands over the years. It is a Leave area, though. And although the majority is only 312, if this follows the pattern, then you might think that the Conservatives will hold on. But at the moment, we are keeping that as too close to call. Now, you were talking, Emily, with your guests about how the Remain vote had been split. And I just wanted to pick out a couple for you. So, City of London, Chuka Umunna, who did very well. You can see that. But look at that. He split the vote, and the Conservatives have got in. We're going to go to St Ives because I think the vote is coming in.
We're going Truro, St Ives, the last declaration.
This is the declaration of the result of the poll for the St Ives constituency. This is the last declaration for the 6 constituencies of Cornwall, so I just want to pay my thanks to the thousands of staff that have been involved in the election here in Cornwall for their hard work and their planning in what has been some difficult circumstances, particularly here in St Ives. And thank you as well to the candidates and agents for your support whilst we've sought to bring forward and deliver this result in as timely a way as possible, given the adverse weather conditions that we've been facing. So I'm now going to move to this declaration. So I, Kate Canally, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Bates, Alana Louise, Labour Party, 3,553. Flindle, Ian, Edward, Green Party, 964. George, Andrew Henry, Liberal Democrats, 21,085. Harris, John Richard, the Common People, 132. Smith, Robert Lee, the Liberal Party, 314. Thomas, Derek Gordon, the Conservative Party candidate, 25,365. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows: for want of an official mark, 5, voting for more candidates than the voter was entitled to, 13, being unmarked or wholly void for uncertainty, 93, giving a total of rejected ballot papers of 111. The total number of ballot papers issued was 51,524, giving for this constituency a turnout of 74.89%. And I do hereby declare that Derek Gordon Thomas is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the St Ives constituency.
There we have it, a full house. All the 650 results are now in, and that is a Conservative hold for Derek Thomas, who you see there now at the podium, the Conservative MP. It was not going to be a night for the Lib Dems right down to the very last. Andrew George, who had fought this one before and held this one before, was fighting to take it from the Conservatives, but unsuccessful there. So that is the full number of constituencies now counted. Sophie's lost hexagon can find its place in the piazza. But I will just show you this shot that's coming to us from Downing Street now. I wonder if you can see the podium is out. It's getting dark so quickly. But you can probably see now that this is a signal that there will be a statement from the Prime Minister very shortly. It's one that he chose not to do immediately after his visit to Buckingham Palace to the Queen. And indeed, everything seems to be done at a slightly more leisurely pace than we have seen in past times. This is a Prime Minister who can just take a while, pause, and come out and make his statement in his own time. We're going to leave this shot. We'll come back to it as soon as we see the Prime Minister there. Right now, though, we head to Victoria, Derbyshire, who's with voters in Birmingham. Hi, Victoria.
Hi, Emily. Yeah, we've got a couple of Lib Dem voters here, just holding their breath for the St Ives result, but alas, it wasn't to be. Leanne, your mood?
Gutted.
I'm upset. Upset. What went wrong for Jo Swinson?
I don't know. I think for me, I could relate to her. She was a mum in her 30s. I liked her policies, but I know there was a feeling that maybe she didn't have enough experience and she was too young for it right now.
What do you think, Ron?
Yeah, I think looking back, the decision to just revoke Brexit, I think was a strategic error, and I think she faced some criticism over that. So
you didn't think that at the time? It's just now?
Yeah, on reflection, I think they've got to learn the lessons from that as well.
Okay. And so the Lib Dems looking ahead, I mean, they've got a lot of thinking to do, haven't they?
Well, they have, and if they're still going to be the party of Remain and still have a close relationship with the European Union, I doubt whether Nigel Farage would have just accepted the Remain vote had he lost in 2016. I think Liberal Democrats have got to bounce back from this.
Thank you. I'm just going to move over here. Thank you, Leanne. Thank you, Ron. We've got Ijal and Zubaida and Jackie here, a Green voter, a Labour voter and a Conservative voter. Ijal, it wasn't the climate election after all, was it?
Well, it wasn't. I mean, it's disappointing for the Greens. We only one seat and we marginally increased our share of the votes. But it's not the winning or losing. For me, it's the taking part. We have informed national policy when it comes to environmental issues, be it climate change, global warming. And we've done that for a long time. Even the Labour Green New Deal was informed by the Green Party. Even the Conservative Party are not climate change deniers now.
Well, then maybe your work is done then.
Our work is not done. I mean, we've still got a long way to go, because you look at Extinction Rebellion, you had people out in the streets, camping out in Trafalgar Square, and if you think about it globally, there is an issue there with global warming and industrialised nations now, developing nations, you know, their output is very bad. So, like, we still got a far way to go, but, you know, I'm disappointed for the grassroots activists.
Okay. Zubaida, where does responsibility lie for this fourth Labour election defeat in a row?
Responsibility lies at the top, and whether
Jeremy
it's
Corbyn.
someone like Jeremy Corbyn, he was the leader of the party, he's lost the election, and he's lost it spectacularly. And from that point of view, for me, he's got to step down, and quickly. But at the same time, I take heart from people like Keir Starmer. We've got to have a period of reflection where Labour has got to understand what's gone wrong. And for me, it was not, this election was not just about the seats that have been lost, not just about Brexit, because it was a Brexit election, but somebody who's not from London. I'm from Bolton, I live in Birmingham. It was important, and it remains important, that the leadership reflects those voices, from those places.
Well, what do you think about, you know, Lee, Wigan, Bury, Haywood, Rochdale, then you go up to Workington in Cumbria, across to Blythe Valley, Don Valley, Sedgefield, down to Bassett Law, Ashfield in Nottinghamshire. Birmingham has its first Conservative MP since 1992. There's West Bromwich East and West, a couple in Wolverhampton of Conservatives. I mean, there's a lot of work to do for Labour.
There is a lot of work to do, and in some ways, when Blair came into power, these were the types of places you have to overturn and win over. So the journey ahead for Labour is about how you win back those people who, for the first time, kind of voted for the Conservative Party.
What's the answer? How do you win them
In some
back?
ways, for me, it was about slogans, and actually, the answer for the Conservatives will be, will they get beyond the slogans? And actually, will they win the trust of the people who are invested in that slogan to get something done, which we haven't got on paper? And in some ways, Labour has got to have an answer and provide an answer that will be viable. So if we've got concerns about Brexit, will it be done? It probably won't. But at the same time, the NHS, all these issues...
So the equivalent of get Brexit done for the Conservatives, you need something as...
We have to get beyond a slogan, because even that's just a slogan itself.
Very effective in this election.
Absolutely. And actually, for me, personally, I would say as a child of immigrants, I am someone whose mother proudly wears the letterbox. And also last week, someone shouted, "Go home." Those are the things I care about as well in this kind of environment of the UK, in England. And I'm equally concerned about who I am in this country and belonging in that.
Jackie, on that point, that last point that Zubaida made, Lily Allen has said, I think racism and misogyny is run so deep in this country, and that Boris won because of his attitude towards those things. What do you think of that as a Conservative voter?
Well, I think that there's fault on all sides, and I think we've got to get a new conversation going around this. We've polarised all of our conversations.
But do you think there's any truth in that? I mean, Zubaida mentioned it there. Lily Allen is trending because of what she said. Racism and misogyny?
Well, I actually think that's a problem beyond this country. As a female entrepreneur that actually does what I do in an engineering field, I face it every single day. All the other entrepreneurs I work with face it every single day. But that's not a UK problem. That's a global problem.
But that's not good enough from that point of view. It's not whether I'm talking about this country. I'm worried about who I am in this country when people are shouting racist things at me, people like my mother. It's just not good enough to say it's universal and globally applicable.
No, I know, but I'm a child of immigrants, and I get the same thing. So it's not just the fact that I'm a female engineer; it's the fact that I'm white Irish, and so that is a problem to many people in here.
Shout "Go home" to you.
You'd be surprised. You would be surprised.
As a visible minority.
People challenge it. Stale, pale and male is endemic here. If we're just going to talk about here, it is endemic here. And it's about all of us deciding that's not good enough. So I think that what's happened last night is areas that voted Labour all their lives have put their trust in the Conservatives. Conservatives have to deliver on that. They have to
What does that
listen to
mean?
voice.
Beyond Brexit? Beyond delivering Brexit,
well,
what does it mean?
Number one, it means beyond London. Look beyond London. We have, as entrepreneurs, we have...
And do what?
Actually do interventions on the basis of those policies that impact, from an entrepreneurial point of view, the other 32 hubs in this country.
Okay.
Make sure that they grow, that they're included. It's inclusion from my point of view, it's about inclusion.
I think it's jobs, livelihood and belonging, and where trust will matter with politicians.
Thank you, Zubaida. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Ujal. Back to you, Emily.
Victoria, thanks very much indeed. Well, the makeup of the Commons will look rather different after today. We've lost one Father of the House, of course, the departure of Ken Clarke, and we lost another in the defeat of Dennis Skinner in Bolsover, who would have taken over that role. But this Conservative landslide means that Sir Peter Bottomley, who entered the Commons in 1975, now becomes the Father of the House. We can talk to him now in Guildford. How do you feel about taking on the mantle?
Well, it's a job which you don't apply for. There's no merit and no responsibilities, so it's not exactly a great burden. But it's a great honour to have been around some time. But before talking about myself, I ought to recognise Dame Margaret Beckett, who was elected before me, but because she had broken service, she doesn't become the father or the mother of the house. So I'm going to refer to her as the senior member, but I'll be the father of the house.
I'm not sure how flattering that is, but I'm sure the gesture is there, Sir Peter. We've seen in the past months some fairly unedifying scenes in the Commons, and I think that really came to the fore in October when some of the language was really quite unsettling between members in the House. Do you think you return to something as toxic as that? Do you think there is still the potential for that level of divide?
I don't think so. I think the mood will calm down. The ERG said some pretty rough things to Theresa May. I hope they now regret them. I won't mention them in detail. I think some of the momentum-type people have realised that Corbynism and momentumism have lost the momentum. They should lose Corbyn. In fact, I think he ought to stand down straight away rather than stay on for a period of reflection. In my town hall in Worthing, where both the MPs did pretty well, I said that the old-style Labour people were good and momentum should leave town, at which point the momentum people started shouting and totally ruined the mood, and they just have no self-control. I think that the present Speaker is someone who will have a different approach from the previous Speaker. There are many good things to say about John Bercow, but I hope there will be more good things to say about the present Speaker, and I think he will, with humour and strict control, not allow things to drift on the way they did.
Yeah. You talk of momentum. You have also perhaps to look to your own party and how confusing that is now for the country. We don't know who Boris Johnson is. We don't know if he's the Boris Johnson of Dominic Cummings that prorogues Parliament, or the Boris Johnson of One Nation conservatism that rejoiced in the 2012 Olympics. We simply don't know who that character is now and what kind of conservatism is ahead.
Well, it's probably both. And if I go walking, as long as I've got both feet, I can go left foot, right foot, and you can have one step that amuses people and one that takes decisive action. What I know is that with the Conservative Party as it is, both in the country and in Parliament, we can be the community Conservatives, we can be the national interest Conservatives, and we hope that the other political parties will be like us. Because what we need to have is have acceptable people in acceptable parties, so we can change government without changing the total course of the country. What I'm afraid the Jeremy Corbyn tendency in the Labour Party did when they took control was to totally change everything, or would if they had been able to enact their manifesto. And frankly, the Venezuelan comparison is not too off course. So I think that the Tory party needs to show we can be responsible, we can be effective, and if Boris Johnson can be the leader that can draw in the talents of the people who are now elected, we can do as well as Margaret Thatcher did. Remember when she got elected, or perhaps you don't, I'll remind you, when she got elected in 1979, 4 years after I became an MP, Britain, you had to apologise for being British or English if you went abroad. Within 7 years, that had totally changed because our economy was working, we had more tax take, we had more public services, we did better all round. We need to do the same now.
So, Peter, thank you very much. Peter Bottomley there. Let's just remind you that we are waiting to hear from the Prime Minister. Outside Downing Street, we can now see the podium as well as the Christmas tree. Just to put in context what an extraordinarily odd seasonal election this, in fact, is. As soon as he comes out, we will bring you those shots. But I'd like to bring in Jack Straw now, a former Foreign Secretary, amongst other roles. I wonder if this is the point where you feel the Labour message starts to change?
It has to change, otherwise we fall into oblivion. I mean, I heard what Peter Bottomley said about the appalling reception he was given by Momentum people at his count, and that is typical not only of Momentum but also of all those people around Jeremy Corbyn who've propped him up and kept him there. They have cloth ears, they're intolerant, they're authoritarian, and they won't listen. And it came out this morning in your interview with Laura Parker of Momentum, where she simply didn't understand that she prattled around about trying to explain this without any apology at all by Momentum and the rest of that gang who've hijacked the Labour Party for the terrible past they have brought us to. This is actually, I fought and just won the 1983 election. This is worse than 1983, because at least then we had a reasonable leader in Michael Foot. And what's, by the way, been missing in this call for accountability is accountability not just by Jeremy Corbyn, but also by Len McCluskey, leader of Unite, and Ed Miliband, because it is Len McCluskey who was responsible for putting Ed Miliband into power against his brother. And we then had a really dismal 4 years, 5 years out of
You
Ed
can't
Miliband.
blame Ed Miliband for winning, can you?
No, what I can blame Ed Miliband for was the fact that he changed the rules for the election of the leader, which paved the way for Jeremy Corbyn. Len McCluskey bears the greatest responsibility of anybody for the situation that the Labour Party now faces. It is he who has brought together a bloc of trade union leaders in the Labour Party to secure Jeremy Corbyn's base and has propped him up. I've not heard him at all this morning or this afternoon, but he and Corbyn in many ways has been a cipher for a whole group of other people who've been pretty unpleasant and who are now saying extraordinarily. So we had Richard Bergen, the almost invisible Shadow Justice Secretary this morning, prattling away trying to explain this on all sorts of factors other than the fact that this was a manifesto which was even more left-wing than the one on which we fought in 1983, with a leader who'd been there for 4 years, and yet we plunged to disaster.
I remember hearing from David Cameron that he thought he would never have lost the referendum for Remain if he hadn't had Jeremy Corbyn as his opposite number.
He's right about that.
Do you think that any other Labour leader would have supported a Remain position more firmly?
Yes, well, my son happened to be chief executive of the Remain campaign.
Of course.
And my son Will and Alan Johnson, who was leader of the Labour Remain campaign, spent months, literally, trying to get Jeremy Corbyn to agree to take a prominent role in that campaign. Now, why didn't he? Because his basic instinct was for leave, and it would have been far better. I mean, I've known Jeremy Corbyn for 50 years.
Let me just ask you one thing, though, which is quite interesting. It's a point that Lisa Nandy brought in when I was speaking to her, that if we think that Labour's problems started with Corbyn or even started with Brexit, then she says we're wrong. It started even with the Blair years, with the way that some of the northern areas, some of the working areas were treated, were not listened to, that too much was centralised from London. Do you accept that you can't go back to a Blair formula for Labour either?
Well, I mean, Tony was brilliant at his time. That's got to change. However, one of the problems we faced is that the Corbyn and co have sought to denigrate virtually the whole of our record. Now, fine, of course, you can have an argument about the Iraq War, I understand that, but the rest of our record was pretty good. I represented a northern industrial town, Blackburn, for 36 years. Living standards for everybody, but particularly for those who were poor, were transformed in that period. And it's
I'm sorry to cut you off, Jack Straw. Thanks very much for joining us. We are just coming up to the top of the hour. Hello, a very good afternoon. You join us live in Westminster, where Boris Johnson is beginning a new term as Prime Minister after the Conservatives won their biggest majority since 1987. We're expecting to hear from him in the next few moments. The Tory leader returned to Downing Street earlier after visiting Buckingham Palace to ask the Queen for permission to form a government. Overnight, his gamble to hold a December election paid off. He now has a majority of 80 and a mandate, he says, to leave the EU. This is the scene in Downing Street. We're expecting to hear from Boris Johnson shortly outside number 10. Labour performed poorly, losing 59 seats, many of them in places they've held for decades. Jeremy Corbyn says he'll stand down as leader early next year.
I think the responsible thing to do is not to walk away from the whole thing, and I won't do that. I will stay here until there has been somebody elected to succeed me, and then I will step down at that point.
A strong result for the SNP, who now hold 48 seats out of the 59 in Scotland. Leader Nicola Sturgeon says it sends a clear message for a second independence referendum. The Liberal Democrat leader Jo Swinson quits after she loses her own seat to the SNP and the party fails to improve its position at Westminster.
I'm proud to have been the first woman to lead the Liberal Democrats. I'm even more proud that I will not be the last.
At the Results Centre, we're going to go regional this hour. We'll take a look at the West Midlands, where the Tories had a good night, picking up 9 seats, a pattern that was replicated across Labour areas in the north of England.
And right here in the West Midlands, in the Library of Birmingham, we have some depressed Labour voters who say it appears Corbynism is dead. And we have some very relieved and upbeat Conservative voters who say they can't wait for the country to get moving again.
Well, the result of the election means big change in the House of Commons and for the country. The UK will now leave the European Union by the end of next month. We'll be speaking to the main parties. We'll bring you reaction from here throughout the afternoon. And very good evening and welcome to viewers here in the UK on BBC One and the BBC News channel and around the globe on BBC World News. The Conservative Party secured an overwhelming win in the general election. The Prime Minister Boris Johnson now has a majority of 80, the largest since Margaret Thatcher in 1987. Earlier today, he went to Buckingham Palace to ask the permission of the Queen to form a new government. He's promised to work flat out and lead a people's government and said the UK will leave the European Union at the end of January. No ifs, no buts. After losing many seats in their traditional heartlands, Jeremy Corbyn said Labour's result was disappointing and that he would not fight a future general election. The Liberal Democrats had a terrible night as the party leader Jo Swinson lost her seat and quit, but the SNP did well, coming close to sweeping the board in Scotland. Let's take a look at the results as they now stand. A full House, 650 seats all in. The Conservatives won 365 seats, up 48. Labour took 203, down 59. The SNP have 48 MPs, an increase of 13. The Liberal Democrats only have 11, that's down 1. The DUP 8. They're down 2, and Sinn Féin, who don't, of course, take up their seats at Westminster, have won 7. And this is to show you the share of the vote in Great Britain. The Conservatives gaining 45% of the vote, just up fractionally. The Labour vote is 33%, the Lib Dems 12%, the SNP 4%, the Greens are on 3%, and the Brexit Party, with no MPs, still have a 2% share of the vote. We'll bring you all the reaction, we'll speak to all the main parties, but right now we go to Downing Street and, excuse me, Clive Myrie and what looks like Dominic Cummings on the steps there. Clive
address
Myrie
the nation. He's already spoken to hi there. He's already spoken to party activists. I think you can see some of the Conservative team out on the pavement here, and we're just waiting for the Prime Minister to leave Number 10 to address the nation. As I say, he's spoken to party supporters this morning and activists. He's met with the Queen and formally asked her if he can form the next government. Well, now he is preparing to address the nation, and here he is.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. This morning I went to Buckingham Palace and I am forming a new government, and on Monday MPs will arrive at Westminster to form a new parliament, and I'm proud to say that members of our new One Nation government, a people's government, will set out from constituencies that have never returned a Conservative MP for 100 years. And yes, they will have an overwhelming mandate from this election to get Brexit done, and we will honour that mandate by January the 31st. And so in this moment of national resolution, I want to speak directly to those who made it possible, and to all those who voted for us for the first time, and those whose pencils may have wavered over the ballot. and who heard the voices of their parents and their grandparents whispering anxiously in their ears. I say thank you for the trust you have placed in us and in me, and we will work round the clock to repay your trust and to deliver on your priorities with a Parliament that works for you. And then I want to speak also to those who did not vote for us or for me, and who wanted and perhaps still want to remain in the EU. And I want you to know that we in this one nation Conservative government will never ignore your good and positive feelings of warmth and sympathy towards the other nations of Europe. Because now is the moment, precisely as we leave the EU, to let those natural feelings find renewed expression in building a new partnership, which is one of the great projects for next year. And as we work together with the EU, as friends and sovereign equals, in tackling climate change and terrorism, in building academic and scientific cooperation, redoubling our trading relationship, I frankly urge everyone on either side of what are, after 3.5 years, after all, an increasingly arid argument, I urge everyone to find closure and to let the healing begin. Because I believe, in fact I know, because I've heard it loud and clear from every corner of the country, that the overwhelming priority of the British people now is that we should focus above all on the NHS. That simple and beautiful idea that represents the best of our country. With the biggest ever cash boost, 50,000 more nurses, 40 new hospitals, as well as providing better schools, safer streets. And in the next few weeks and months, we will be bringing forward proposals to transform this country with better infrastructure, better education, better technology. And if you ask yourselves, what is this new government going to do? What is he going to do with his extraordinary majority? I will tell you that is what we are going to do. We are going to unite and level up. Unite and level up, bringing together the whole of this incredible United Kingdom, England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, together, taking us forward, unleashing the potential of the whole country, delivering opportunity across the entire nation. And since I know that after 5 weeks, frankly, of electioneering, this country deserves a break from wrangling, a break from politics, and a permanent break from talking about Brexit. I want everyone to go about their Christmas preparations happy and secure in the knowledge that here in this People's Government, the work is now being stepped up to make 2020 a year of prosperity and growth and hope, and to deliver a Parliament that works for the people. Thank you all very much, and happy Christmas. Thank you.
The Prime Minister there with that address, and he's still soaking up the applause on the step of number 10 there as he goes back in to begin what he hopes, I'm sure, will be 5 years of government. And to his right there on the step, Dominic Cummings, the architect, many would say, of this remarkable election victory of the Prime Minister. As I say, he spoke to the party faithful a little bit earlier this morning. He's had a chat with the Queen, and now he's spoken to the nation, and he made it clear that this was a one-nation government, a people's government, that he will honour the mandate given to him to leave the European Union by January the 31st, and he wanted to address voters to say thank you for the trust that they have put in him. And he also wanted to address those in this divided country. We all know that. 48% voted to stay in the European Union, 52% voted to leave. We've had a divisive election campaign, and he said he wanted to address those people who did not vote for him, and he wanted to make it clear that they would not be ignored. He said he wanted to build a new partnership that urges everyone after 3.5 years to find closure and let the healing begin. And he said his overwhelming priority would be to focus on some of those issues that came up during the election campaign, principally the National Health Service. So he wished everyone a Merry Christmas. The Christmas tree is out behind me here. The first election in December that we've had up to 1923. With that, back to you, Emily.
Clive, thanks very much indeed. Yeah, I don't know what you felt, Joe Coburn's here, whether you got the sort of Boris Johnson that we all remembered back again. It's as if the straitjackets come off, and it reminded me a little bit of what happens in American presidential elections, where they end up always making roughly the same speech, which is, this is not about blue states, this is not about red states, this is about United States. And there was that sort of pitch there, wasn't it?
Yes, and it's the first time we've heard it. Admittedly, he's only just found out in the last sort of 24 hours that he has this big majority. He can be magnanimous in that victory. He talked about one nation Toryism. He also said that he has to thank all those Labour voters, all those heartland Labour voters who took a punt on Boris Johnson to get Brexit done, to use his mantra. But for the first time, as Clive was saying, we heard him reach out to those who didn't vote for him, who didn't want him to be Prime Minister, those who wanted to remain in the EU. That's going to be a very difficult job for him to bridge, but he's got time. He's got time to think about this, so he can, to some extent, push towards that end of January date to take the UK out of the EU as he pledged. No ifs, no buts. And then we will see what sort of government he does actually put forward. He'll do a much bigger reshuffle then, and he will shape it, no doubt, in the way that he would like to take a domestic agenda forward too. The only thing I would say is the clock will start ticking again, that famous EU clock on the trade talks. As soon as the UK leaves the EU, they have got to try and get this trade deal. And again, there could be a hard end to that at the end of next year if they haven't got that comprehensive deal. The pressure of the NHS right now, it featured hugely in this election. Labour wanted to make it front of centre. It didn't work for them in the right way, and there'll be questions asked about whether they spent too much time talking about selling it off to Donald Trump and not enough about the waiting times and the crisis in the NHS as many people see it right now.
Joe, that's really interesting because, of course, President Trump is the one person who's had this kind of silent presence in the whole election campaign, brought to the front by Labour as a way of winning votes for their party, and not by Boris Johnson as a way of winning votes for the Conservatives. But this morning, Donald Trump has congratulated Boris Johnson, said that Britain and the United States will now be free to strike a big trade deal after Brexit. And I think we can talk straight to the US ambassador to the United Kingdom, Woody Johnson. Ambassador Johnson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What do you think is on President Trump's mind now? He works well with Boris Johnson, does he?
Oh, I think he does, and I just want to congratulate Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister. I just heard his speech. Tremendous speech. It's what he pledged during his 5-week campaign, and he ended with that today when he talked about what he was going to do for the country and putting it in a different place. And, you know, congratulations.
So does this now mean that Britain is at the front of the queue for trade deals?
Well, as far as this president's concerned, they've never been anything but the front of the queue. And the president has said, it was stated in his tweet that I read, which just reiterates what he's been saying for the last couple of years, is he wants to do a free trade deal, a free, fair, and balanced deal, something that both sides have to sign, and he wants to get it done quickly. So it will be on his desk, and he wants to get it done. And if the president generally wants to get something done, it does get done.
It's not that simple, though, is it? Because I guess from our position, or from Britain's position, we have to decide whether we still want to be aligned with the EU and any of their regulations and standards, which would prohibit anything that allows for a fast and furious trade deal with the US, which might be on very different standards.
I don't think it's going to be that complicated. I think you can make it complicated or make it simple. And I think at this stage, this has to be a very freeing experience for your country, because you've been in the EU and subject to all this for the last 40 years, and now you can be very creative and look forward to a new world in many respects. And whether it's just the US or Canada or your Five Eyes or Japan and other countries, you can look at it, I think, much more creatively and maybe create a little more leverage in terms of negotiating, the best deal you can for the people of this country.
We also know that President Trump has in Nigel Farage a very good friend. Are you expecting to see Mr. Farage on the 2020 presidential campaign?
This day is all about a historic moment in your history with your new prime minister and this overwhelming landslide victory. And really, I think the president gets that, and he recognizes the importance of our special relationship and our security, mutual security, and prosperity. And so I think that's going to be foremost on his mind.
This is the first time that we've spoken since that extraordinary NATO visit with President Trump, just over a week ago, I guess. Do tell us what happened there, because we were all expecting a press conference with the president, and then he sort of turned on his heels and went. And we couldn't work out whether he'd been offended by that bit of videotape that suggested other leaders had been possibly laughing at him, or whether he was tipped off by the Conservative Party that it would be better if he left early without saying too much. Did he share with you why he'd suddenly gone?
Yeah, I mean, I think neither one of those are correct. They're far from it. He had done, almost 3 hours of interviews to that point, so he was kind of interviewed out. In fact, the 3 interviews that he had, the bilats that he had at Winfield House, ended up in all of those with no questions. He said, "Are there any more questions?" And the press said no, which kind of stunned me in a way. So I think the president felt that he had answered every possible question until they ran out of questions. So the idea of having yet another press conference was a bit, unnecessary.
Woody Johnson, good to speak to you. Thank you very much. Let us bring in our panel here, who've been waiting patiently. Ed Vaizey, former Conservative MP, David Lammy, current Labour MP, re-elected. Let me start with you, David, because I guess you would say that Labour's problem tonight wasn't that it didn't become a credible government, it was that it had never really proved itself a credible opposition to this lot. They were never scared of you, were they? They were certainly never scared of Jeremy Corbyn.
Look, I think that the new theme across much of the developed world in terms of centre-right and right-wing politics is a sort of authoritarianism in relation to immigration and those sorts of issues, and a sort of cut through, whether it's take our country back or let's get Brexit done. And it is true that social democratic and socialist parties have struggled to get a grip on that in heartland areas. Well, let's face it.
I mean, your party didn't have a clear message on immigration. It was one of the most frustrating things that when, I would interview people from your front bench, they couldn't tell us whether they thought immigration was a good thing or a bad thing, whether they thought the number was right or not. Everything was always meant to sound like a trick or a trap. And actually, we were just sort of trying to understand from Labour its position on some of these fundamental things.
Well, you're right, in the sense that what you can't do is triangulate on the big issue of our times. And we were triangulating on Brexit. I think that was very difficult. And we have struggled. But I don't think it's actually just for this Corbyn period. I think it goes back to Ed Miliband, and even before that. We've struggled to reconcile a kind of more liberal position in places like London and a small C conservative view of the world in some of those seats that voted Leave and have now voted for Boris Johnson. That is a big challenge for the Labour Party, but that's what we've got to wrestle with in the months ahead.
And why do you think it hasn't been that problem for the Conservative Party then?
Well, look, let's face it, they took a big punt with Boris Johnson. I think here in London we know Boris, and that perhaps reflects some of the votes that you saw in London. But the rest of the country, I found we were knocking on doors and Labour was talking about Boris Johnson. They were up for, actually he's only been in power a few months. Let's have a look. And I think that the Brexit Get Done message cut through.
Ed, Boris Johnson very well. I wonder whether you're thinking now, I shouldn't have left the party if I was going to be part of the biggest majority since 1987.
No, well, I'm glad I left Parliament. I left Parliament for personal reasons, because I knew that I would never get into government again, and I wanted to move on with my life and do something different. So it wasn't personal about Boris Johnson or indeed the party. And I think that I do know Boris Johnson in the sense that he did win 2 mayoral elections in a Labour city, if you like. He delivered the Leave vote. Whether you're Leave or Remain, you have to respect the fact that he was probably the difference between winning or losing that referendum. He's now delivered an 80-seat majority for the Conservatives. It's pretty unarguable that he's quite an effective politician, despite all the slings and arrows and sort of caricatures that he's endured during this campaign.
But is he going to move to what he describes as the centre? And what's he going to do about those Tories on the right of the party and for those voters who would like to see a proper, as they would see it, Tory agenda with tax cuts, raising the threshold? They're not going to be the sort of things he's going to do now, are they?
Boris Johnson at the moment has more power than he will probably ever have again at this moment in time. But I think he and his advisors are canny enough to know how to use that. So he has a lot of authority, but he also recognises, as he said in his 2 sort of public speeches since the election, that to a certain extent he's got borrowed votes, if you like, in terms of winning this majority, just as he said he had borrowed votes when he became Mayor of London. So he will reach out to those voters that he has newly won for the Conservatives, and I think he will govern from the centre, and governing from the centre, even, dare I say it, the centre-left, because a lot of these communities who voted for Brexit are the communities that felt left behind. They have given their trust, it sounds a bit pretentious to put it that way, given their trust to Boris Johnson and the Conservatives, and Boris, out of pure self-interest alone, will know that he wants to deliver for them.
And once you have done it once you've broken that, if you like, that taboo of, you know, mining towns voting Tory, they are no longer the places that would never vote for Thatcher. They're the places that have now voted for Boris Johnson. You might not get them back.
At some point, the rubber will hit the road. If Boris Johnson sticks to the Brexit that he set out, a hard Brexit, on his own government's analysis, it's an immediate drop of 6.7% in growth in this country. The idea that it won't hit those towns is patently ridiculous. If he sticks to his path, it also means tariffs on manufacturing goods.
That will now, David. They haven't believed you, and that's why you lost those heartlands. They didn't listen to that message.
Joe, that's not my message. That's the government's facts. So at some point, the rubber will hit. Now, he may change tack. We may see a different kind of Brexit. But if he sticks on that course, at some point, those communities will say, did he really deliver for us? And my judgment is the empirical evidence suggests they're going to be hurting.
David, let me ask you, I know that you won't, if I say, will you stand for leader, you'll say now is not the time to talk about that. So let me ask it the other way. Will you rule yourself out?
No,
for standing?
I'm not ruling myself out,
right.
Because people like me who've been in the party for 20 years have got a lot of heavy lifting to do to get this party into a place that's electable. And I will be listening to colleagues, I will be listening to members. I'm not immune to what people say online, so of course I'll be thinking about it along with other people. But in the end, we have to elect a leader that can appeal not just to a group within our party, but to the country as a whole, unite our party, hang together. The factions have got to stop, the infighting has got to stop, and we've got to appeal to the country once more. And that will guide the judgment I make, and I hope my other colleagues as well.
You accept that the left of the party has got control of all of the apparatus in the Labour Party, so it will be they who will have a majority view in terms of who succeeds?
Look, I hope that some of the fixing and some of the factions that we've seen stop. That is not the way to unite the Labour Party or to bring the country together. We will have local elections in May. We were beaten badly in the Europeans. We were beaten badly last night. And unless we want to be beaten badly again in May, we need to sort out what happened last night and get on with the business of finding a new leader.
OK. Thank you both very much. We're going to talk to the veteran Conservative and former Father of the House, Ken Clarke, who's in Nottingham. Ken, give us your reflections this afternoon now.
It's quite a remarkable victory, And Boris has got an amazing opportunity now. He's got power for 5 years. He can really, an immense amount of discretion, what he can do. The Labour Party is in a serious crisis, which it'll take a year or two for resolve. I think I would agree with most of what David just been saying about it. The Liberal Democrats haven't broken through. So apart from the big problem of Scotland, Boris is now quite clear to decide what he wants to do. What I very much hope is he'll stop campaigning, fewer photo opportunities, try to get as rapidly as possible a plan for where he's going that will deliver recovery for the economy and better distribution of it. And has a lot of tough, difficult things to do, which are best done in the first couple of years of the Parliament. It's a bit like Margaret Thatcher in 1979, but we'd done a lot more preparation before Margaret won in 79.
Right, and the question we always ask of large majorities, who keeps them in check? Because you have been part of a Commons that was nothing if not vibrant and argumentative these past couple of years, that pulled very strongly in different directions, that, you know, arguably couldn't actually move for the different voices within it. But when you have such a large majority and an opposition which, as you said, may possibly take months or longer to come together to know who they represent, who keeps that party in check?
Well, I think you firstly have a lot of new members who will be quite loyal and obedient and will follow the party's lead for the first 2 or 3 years. I think the extreme right, who were Boris's allies 6 months ago, they got rid of Theresa and delayed the Brexit sufficiently to put him in power and all that. He's free of their influence if he's prepared to be so. And I think his authority is such that he won't have too much trouble. The deadlock's been broken. He can get his withdrawal agreement at the end of January, no difficulty. By then, he's got to be governing seriously. Economic policy is vital. We had zero growth in the economy in the last quarter. We're teetering on the edge of recession. The proper grown-up negotiations with the EU are vital. There'll be no other trade deals until we know where we are, and that must keep our borders and trade open between Great Britain and Ireland on the one hand and the continent on the other. We don't want tariffs or barriers at Dover. All that's got to be tackled quite quickly, alongside policies which are just... Neither party had any great policies on anything other than Brexit at the election. What are you going to do about social care? You can't wait for an all-party solution. There isn't one. Tough, difficult decisions got to be taken on social care. That's the way to relieve pressure on the health service. I won't go on, but going back to the key thing, all these amazing votes in the north of England, we've got to demonstrate that if we can get the economy on its feet again, it will benefit all parts of the country. The left behind have voted Conservative in protest. You have to demonstrate in 4 or 5 years' time that they're sharing, they're benefiting from technological change, the digital economy. That requires enormous things, not just a few more bypasses being built and things. It means skills training, it means education standards geared to a modern economy. All that's got to be achieved. Now, all I'm saying is, Boris, you've got a marvellous victory. I hope you know what you're going to do. If you're going to be a successful Prime Minister, there's a lot of very hard work to do very quickly to get the tough, difficult things over in the first 2 or 3 years.
And a lot of detail with that as well. Ken Clarke, thanks very much indeed. The Greens have one MP, Caroline Lucas, and we're going to talk to their former leader, Natalie Bennett, now, who is in Sheffield. Natalie, would you accept that the Remain alliance broadly failed this time round?
Well, we are working within the current framework of British politics. I think it's worth looking at what actually happened with the Tory vote. Boris Johnson only got 1.3 percentage points more than Theresa May did in 2017, about 300,000 more votes. But that is the practical reality now, and we've got to look for, I think today, look for positives. And one of the positives is that this was the climate election. Climate, the collapse of nature, these environmental issues did come front and centre as never before. And we'll be the Green Party with our greatly increased vote 850,000 votes, 60% up on 2017, will really be pushing to hold the government to account on those issues, as well as the social justice issues.
I wonder if you think that now that job is being done by much louder activism like Extinction Rebellion, like the crowds that we see, maybe it's left the Greens behind. You know, you do everything through a democratic process and they call it an emergency and tell us your house is on fire, and that tends to stop the traffic.
Well, we very much agree that it is an emergency, and I would regard us as the political wing of the much broader Green movement. And that climate emergency isn't going away. I mean, you know, here in Sheffield, just a couple of weeks ago, we saw the big rainfalls and floods in Doncaster and Rotherham. This is the practical reality of the state of our world, and we need action on this. And what that needs is everyone from the youngest climate striker out there with Fridays for the Future, campaigning for change. We really need hope at the moment, a vision of the future that is very different to the Tory vision. I think what's happened is people are really fed up with the chaos of our politics, and the fact, a third of voters didn't vote in this election. They're the people we need to think about as well, who are feeling really disillusioned, really disenfranchised. We've got a political system that doesn't see a parliament that reflects the views of the people. The number of votes we got, 850,000 votes in a fair proportional voting system, would give us 18 MPs.
Yeah, but people also have looked to those parties for collaboration. I wonder if you have any regrets that the Greens stood against Jo Swinson in East Dunbartonshire. Without you, she probably would have won.
I think what you've got to do is acknowledge that people vote all kinds of different ways for all kinds of different reasons. You can't simply add up a succession of... No, well, I mean, that's the Scottish Green Party, who is our sister party, but we don't regret standing anywhere. We want to give everyone possible the chance to vote Green. What we did in England and Wales was make deals, Unite to Remain, the grown-up thing to try and increase the number of MPs in Parliament. We didn't succeed in that, but we did succeed in getting really increased votes in seats like West Bristol, in seats like Bury St Edmunds, and that's something we can really build on for the future.
Natalie Bennett, thanks very much indeed. We're going to stay with our panel now. Ken Loach is here, the Labour campaigner and filmmaker, and Baroness Fall, former Chief of Staff to David Cameron. Welcome both. Ken, I'm going to start with you because you actually featured in one of the sort of prominent tweets I saw today saying, is this the moment that Labour realised that actually it's not all a Ken Loach film, that there was such a narrow tunnel vision of what they were trying to achieve and it just didn't reach the country?
Well, I think you're right. A rather patronising remark, but I think you're right in that Labour didn't get its message across. It didn't get it, and it's disastrous because we've now got the biggest existential crisis humanity's faced with climate change, and it's being left to a bunch of free marketeers to sort out, and plainly that won't happen.
But you were backing, weren't you, a very divisive side of the Labour Party that were pushing a Corbyn agenda, and that hasn't reached out to the rest of the country. It made many Labour voters feel isolated enough to vote Conservative for the first time.
I don't think that's divisive, you see. To restore the health service to its founding principles is not divisive. To say the inequality is grotesque is not divisive, because it's wanting to remove that. It's saying that people are working in the gig economy 12, 14 hours a day to get a living wage, with no job security whatsoever. That surely can't be divisive.
So if it's not the message, was it the messenger? I mean, I'm asking you, if to you it seems totally reasonable and rational, the way you explain it, why did it not seem that, even in your heartlands?
That's a really good question. I don't know the answer totally. I think there are... Maybe Labour wasn't clear in presenting it. Maybe, and I think this is not whinging, but I think there are facts, is that the whole press, almost the whole press, was pro-Tory. And we can run through the papers, but we know them all. And they're owned by rich men who live abroad mainly and don't pay their taxes here. So the bias within the press is overwhelming. And I have to say, the BBC and the ITN generally were an echo chamber for that. So the agenda was taken from the press.
I'll be really honest, actually, Kenlich, there was not a night where we didn't invite the front bench of Labour to come on and make their point with a generous amount of time allowed, and it was always up to them if they chose not to, and there were very few interviews with Jeremy Corbyn.
I think that's right. I agree with you on that. I think that was a mistake.
Would you call yourself a friend of Jeremy?
I've known Jeremy for many years. I don't see him that often, but I certainly count him as a friend.
Have you haven't talked to him in the last 24 hours, have you?
No, I haven't. And I'm a friend with John McDonnell. I think is terrific, and I hope he stays.
What do you think, I mean, just knowing them as friends as you do, what do you think is going through their heads now? Sadness
and anger. Anger that Jeremy has been had a torrent of abuse. Every Labour leader's abused, but not to this extent. I mean, he's a man of peace who's been called a terrorist. He's been arrested against racism and being called racist. And these things are.
So you think he feels victimised by the complaints about...
No, I wouldn't say he feels. I'm saying how it seems to many Labour people.
Right.
There has been a torrent of abuse which has been off the scale compared to other Labour leaders.
Do you mean abuse when people have pointed out his failure to get on top of anti-Semitism? Is that abuse?
I think there was no way anyone could, because I think it was a campaign that was going to run and run. There was
a campaign.
Absolutely. There was a text on one of the Twitter accounts that's been leading it, that where somebody, this is back in September, where the previous tweet said, why are we not making any further attempts on this issue? And the reply was, wait until there's an election, we've got all our ammunition there.
Let me understand that. So, are you saying it was an orchestrated attempt to make him look anti-Semitic?
I think that there were, I've got to be really clear here, there will be anti-Semitism in the Labour Party, as there is in other parties, as there is in society. But right at the beginning, and I quote Jewish members here, and Jewish socialist groups said this anti-Semitism is being weaponised to undermine the Corbyn-led Labour Party.
Can I suggest that might not have been representative of the Jewish community as a whole?
Well, these are Jewish people. That's for you. That's not for me to say. This is a point of view.
Are you talking about Jewish Labour?
Yes. I'm talking about people in the Labour Party who are Jewish. Many people.
The one small group, Jewish Labour, was the one group that didn't.
I don't think there's a group called Jewish Labour. There are many people in Jewish Voice for Labour who speak and say this is not our experience. Now, I would defer to them. It's not my position to say, but deferring to them, there are many people who struggle to be represented on television, and so I think, but I don't think this issue should cloud everything. I think what we are left with today is the great inequality, the great poverty, the increase in food banks there will be. 130,000 kids homeless this Christmas, like last Christmas. And that's a tragedy. What has happened is a tragedy for them, and I weep for them.
Should the next Labour leader be head of a socialist movement?
Well, it's defining the terms. I think the elements of the elements of the policy are there to be are popular. So
you want to come in? Sorry.
So I don't think that's.
I mean, there's been widespread sorrow by and from Labour MPs who were returned and those who lost their seats. Do you think that the responsibility for this catastrophic defeat for Labour does lie squarely at the door of Jeremy Corbyn and John McDonnell and those that put that manifesto together?
Absolutely not. I think remember, we are the biggest party in Western Europe. The biggest political
party. In terms
of
members?
In terms of members. And so I think, and this was a very popular manifesto.
So it was a huge party that people in this country chose not to vote for?
No, it was a manifesto that was popular in 2017.
But you lost in 2017?
Yes, but it had a massive increase in the vote, as you know. In 2017, didn't it?
But you lost in 2017.
Yes, but it had a massive increase in the vote, is what I'm saying. So it was not unpopular. And tell me which of the social programme would be unpopular? Restoring the NHS, building houses for the homeless.
So why didn't people vote for it?
Well, you tell me. You're the pundits. You asked me if the policy was unpopular. I don't think. If you break it down point by point, I think it is not unpopular.
The point that Alan Johnson made overnight was that Labour couldn't come along and just offer free things. It was a patronising offer just to say, here's a bit of broadband, here's nationalisation, here's this, instead of offering something that was a newer vision. Do you accept that?
I think it's a new vision. I think maybe the priorities were not clear. I'd accept that. And I think that is a fair point. But the main planks of the policy are sound.
Let's bring in Ken Loach. Let's bring in Kate Fall, Baroness Fall. I wonder what the Camerministers are thinking about all this tonight. Is there a sense of how did Boris Johnson pull that one off?
I think we're proud of Boris Johnson for an incredibly impressive victory. I mean, it really is. And all victories build on previous victories. I mean, David Cameron won an extra 98 MPs in 2010, which was an amazing result, and then built on that again in 2015. And now we have Boris building on it still. So I think we all wish him well and really hope that he will unite the party, which has been divided, and we want to hear a bit more of this one nation, a softer approach from Boris with a big majority. We hope he will sort of bring people together, not just in the party but in the country.
Have you spoken to David Cameron today? Is he breathing a sigh of relief that the focus is now off him?
I haven't spoken today, but I'm sure he will be. I know he's very sort of wishes Boris well and is proud of him, and I think he feels that Britain has been divided, and we all want to see a country that comes together and feels sort of more tolerant and respectful of each other's views coming into next year.
Do you think this is the point at which people who voted for Remain, who led the cause of Remain, will start saying, actually, Brexit's going to be fine, it's going to be great?
Well, look, I mean, I strongly supported Remain, and I still thought it was, think it's the right direction, but it's not the decision of my country to take it in that direction. And I think a lot of people like me feel that we have to stand. We live in a democracy. We have to respect other people's views, and people are fed up. I think a lot of people who voted for Boris last night, yesterday, feel we've been arguing about this for 3 years. We need to move on. We're a great nation. I'm sure we can make it work, whatever we choose to do.
What approach do you think he should take when it comes to Scotland? Because that was the other resounding victory, was the SNP's impressive performance.
Absolutely.
And now renewed
We're going
mandate.
to have to just leave it there because we're coming up to a small break. You're watching Election 2019.
Thank you all very much, and happy Christmas. Thank you.
In the past hour, we've heard from the Prime Minister Boris Johnson outside Downing Street, in which he urged everyone to find closure and to let the healing begin. If you're watching on BBC One, coverage continues on BBC Two and BBC News Channel. We also say goodbye to viewers on BBC World News. And welcome to viewers joining us here on BBC Two. The Prime Minister is now back inside Downing Street after addressing the cameras and getting ready for the business of government. We're continuing our special coverage of this historic general election result, with the Conservatives having secured an 80-strong majority in the House of Commons. Anita McVeigh is in Belfast for us.
Emily, thank you very much. Yes, a really interesting story here from Northern Ireland overnight in this election. The Democratic Unionist vote is down. Sinn Féin's vote is down, although they remain the two biggest parties. The other really interesting big stories, though, coming from the SDLP, with 2 MPs back to those green benches in the House of Commons, and the Alliance Party, the Cross-Community Alliance Party, with 1 MP, but their vote up in every constituency here, bar 1. So really a move towards the centre. Let's chew over what all of this means now with Brian Rowan, journalist and commentator, and also Duncan Morrow from the University of Ulster. Really good to have you both here today with us. Brian, first of all to you, the DUP's influence in Westminster diminished, gone, some would say, because of Boris Johnson's majority, although they would beg to differ. What's your assessment of how they're doing here? What happens next?
Well, I think their influence has gone.
Boris Johnson's got a very significant majority. I think the results for the DUP here represent, if you like, a Friday the 13th election nightmare. I think it's a price they're paying for their involvement in the Brexit project and in this place of Remain, for what people would consider their part in the Brexit mess. And I think, interestingly, their focus in the pre-election campaign was very much focused on Stormont and trying to restore Stormont, and it was wanting to talk about everything else bar Brexit. So that day of reckoning, that influence gone, and new negotiations due to begin here on Monday.
Duncan, you were reflecting, very interesting this, that every constituency bar one now mirrors the way in which people in that constituency voted in the EU referendum.
Yes, you can really see the influence of Brexit actually all over this election in Northern Ireland, but in a kind of a Remain way in general here. The constituencies that changed were all constituencies that moved from being represented by Leave MPs but having voted Remain in the referendum. And there's now only one constituency in the whole of Northern Ireland which doesn't directly mirror that, and even there was a big shift. So that influence and in a sense the opposite direction that happened in England happened here very strongly yesterday.
So maybe a move away from green and orange politics in an obvious sense. And Brian, what does all of this mean, if anything, for Stormont, for the Northern Ireland Assembly? It's been in the deep freeze for almost 3 years now, 3 years next month. Is there any possibility, do you think, soon of it being brought off the ice?
Well, I think the DUP need it now more than the other parties, now that their Westminster influence is gone. The problem is they're going into this negotiation on Monday with the wounds of this election wide open. They have worked a sense in their own community now that the union is under threat, that the kingdom is disunited, if you like, and having tried to manage all of that during the election campaign, they're now going to have to go to their community to ask for further compromises on things such as an Irish Language Act if you are to restore Stormont. If we don't get a Stormont by the middle of January, then we're into the prospect of an Assembly election. And given this set of results that Sinn Féin and the DUP have had overnight, would they really want a Stormont election at this stage? So I think there will be a pressure on them to try to get the deal over the line at this time.
And Duncan, with Nicola Sturgeon saying that she will bring forward next week a detailed democratic justification for a second Indie ref there, what are the prospects for Northern Ireland moving closer to Dublin, the prospects for a border poll?
Well, there's no automatic move between these election results and United Ireland. On the other hand, that issue has been raised for the first time in a very real sense through the Brexit debate. It will be part of the background conversations, the Scottish issue, the whole constitutional flux, the arrangements for Northern Ireland under Brexit. And just note, the first time ever since 1920, there are now more nationalist representatives in Westminster for Northern Ireland than unionists, and that the whole of Northern Ireland exists to support the Union, and that's a significant historical watershed as well. So all of those factors are at play, and they will be negotiated over the next 5 years, undoubtedly.
OK, Duncan Morrow, Brian Rowan, thank you both very much. And with Boris Johnson declaring outside Number 10 today that he is a one-nation Conservative, that he represents a one-nation Conservative party, many people will be asking, which nation or nations is he talking to? Is he talking to Northern Ireland? The votes perhaps would suggest not, because at the moment not one MP here, neither nationalist, unionist nor the cross-community Alliance Party MP accepts Boris Johnson's current Brexit deal. Back to you, Emily.
Yeah, it's an interesting conundrum, that one. Anita, thanks very much indeed. We're going to go to Birmingham now and speak to Victoria Derbyshire, who's with voters there in the library.
And we were watching Boris Johnson on the steps of Downing Street, weren't we, as he talked about his one-nation government. He mentioned it multiple times. He talked about his people's government. We've got Katie, a student who voted Lib Dem, Sam, who works at Aston Uni, voted Conservative, Michelle, who is a social history curator, voted Labour, and Liz, a GP, who voted Labour. Did you feel, Katie, that Boris Johnson was including you?
No.
Why do you say that?
I feel like he should include more about what he can do for people with learning difficulties, but people also with physical disabilities, because I don't feel like there's enough of recognition of people with disabilities in this world and society.
He said, we will work round the clock for a parliament that works for you. 2 women here who voted Labour. Did you feel he was talking to you?
I feel it's just words. I mean, until we really do feel included, until he is speaking, really genuinely speaking to everybody. I've watched many Tory party politicians stand on the steps of 10 Downing Street and make promises over the last 9 years, and so far virtually nothing that they've said on that first speech has come to pass.
Well, he said he wanted to focus on the NHS. I mean, what do you think, Michelle, as a Labour voter?
Well, obviously I'm really disappointed, but there's a little bit of me that's still like the eternal optimist. So I'm a little bit zen on this and hope that, okay, as you said, you know, we've heard these promises before, but there's always the chance that there might be some substance to back the words, and I can only hope that we do see some of those things coming into light. But I agree with what was said before. There's so many groups that haven't been discussed, or we don't know what's going to be done for certain parts of society.
What does one nation mean to you? What do you think it means, Sam?
Ending this division, so Brexit's clearly going to move forward now, which is what I think the vote shows. Hopefully that means people can stop having the tired old debates and the divided society, and we can start looking forward about how we work together, how we become a people again, as opposed to 2 separate camps constantly bickering. I think that's going to be massively important moving forward.
Is that possible?
When I came here today, I was absolutely distraught and distressed, but sitting next to a Conservative, so theoretically we should be talking to each other and arguing, but what I've found is there's so many common things between us.
I think it comes down to trust. I mean, I have a huge difficulty trusting what was said just then, because there have been so many lies and so many broken promises. I'm a GP. I've watched many promises. I've watched the 5,000 GP promise fall flat. I've watched the promises of more spending on the NHS, which incidentally isn't necessarily what's needed as a standalone. There needs to be fundamental change in the way we're delivering healthcare. And until I really see him really see him meeting those things, we see him meeting the needs of people with disabilities and the most marginalised in our society, I'm going to keep it. I'm going to keep an open mind.
I feel like what he just said on the doorstep was words, because I don't feel like, obviously with the NHS, he wants to do anything for people with disabilities. Until I can hear what he wants to do for people with disabilities, I don't believe what he's going to do is true.
He needs to demonstrate. He needs to do it now.
Yeah, he needs to demonstrate it now. He doesn't just need to say it.
You mentioned 9 years of Tory government. I mean, I contest that slightly. The first 5 years was part of a coalition. Then we had a Tory government, but quickly followed by the referendum and the Brexit debate. And then Theresa May came in and Brexit dominated. After January the 31st, this will be the first time we have a massive Tory majority who can get on with doing the things they keep saying they're going to do. And I'm an eternal optimist as well. I want to wait and see what happens. I'm really hopeful that he means everything he says. I like listening to him. I'm inspired by his words, but the proof will be in the video.
I'd like to think
briefly, sorry to interrupt, Katie, just let the healing begin.
Yeah, absolutely.
We want to start that now? What does that mean?
We don't really have a choice, do we? But I think it's about accepting the situation that we're in. So it does concern me that we've got people claiming to be tolerant, but they're the ones actually making death threats and, you know, claiming they're going to go on a rampage and all these threats. I don't necessarily think that that's constructive.
I think the civilised conversations we've had today, where we found common ground, has been
all right. Thank
fascinating.
you. Thank you, Katie. Sam, Michelle, Liz, thank you so much. Back to you, Emily.
Victoria, thanks very much indeed. We're going to look a little bit more at the markets and at what business makes of what happened to us in the last 24 hours. With us now is our business editor, Simon Jack, as well as Dame Helena Morrissey, a financier and a campaigner. Let me just get you to set out the response first of all.
So the markets were expecting a Boris win. That was what you call like priced in. What they weren't expecting was such a thumping majority. And they liked that for a couple couple of reasons. One, it's obviously a government that can now do its business, Parliament's not paralysed, and the market's generally like that. And if I think, hang on a second, this is a government committed to delivering Brexit, something we're told markets don't want. But the truth is, I think that the markets, a long time ago, resigned themselves to the fact that Brexit is going to happen. What they think is that an 80-seat majority means that Boris Johnson can effectively neutralise the hard Brexiteers in his party, and those people who were prepared to or even agitate for a hard Brexit, something the market does think is a very bad outcome. And so they think there's a bit of blue water between them and that. And then, of course, you saw also the shares of all those politically sensitive stocks, banking, house builders, the utilities that Jeremy Corbyn wanted to nationalise. They had a big relief rally. They were up 10% and plus because that threat of nationalisation vaporised overnight. And the one question that's still on the table at the moment that I've heard traders arguing about this morning was, is no deal Brexit still on the table, yes or no? Because although technically it is, because we've got a year to do a trade deal, and without that we do go back to WTO terms, the so-called hard Brexit, people are saying practically Boris Johnson doesn't want that, Michael Gove doesn't want that, and they'll find some way to avoid that coming about.
And Helena, I know that you'll reject labels of hard and soft and that sort of stuff, but this is kind of where real life hits now, isn't it? We could still leave in a year's time with no deal.
In theory, but I think, as Simon said, the practicalities are such now. You have a government with a high majority, strong political leadership is likely, and the markets obviously in the city has hated the idea of just the prevarication and no one actually having control over the situation. I think now it's not just a one-day wonder. We might not have such a big rally every day, but now people genuinely, it is a seminal moment. And I think, of course, there's going to be people thinking, well, what are the terms of the trade with Europe? What are the terms of trade with the US? You know, obviously that's a very big part of our future. But now we can start that next phase, and that's a good thing.
And the one slightly depends on the other, of course, doesn't it? So what is your sense now? Because we've heard a lot, ever since that exit poll came out, that this is going to be softer, that it's going to have to, if you like, pay more duty of care to parts of the country, the red wall, now the blue wall, that have been very heavily dependent on government support in the past.
Well, everything I've seen from the Prime Minister has always, I mean, he's always portrayed perhaps as being quite right of the party, but actually when you look at the evidence of what he's done, I do believe that he wants to unite the country. He spoke very eloquently in his acceptance speech, or one of his speeches, about, you know, having sort of been lent the votes of those who might not normally be Tory voters, and I think he will attempt to earn that trust and pay that back. And I think obviously you're going to get people being cynical about it and saying, you know, I heard your representatives in the North saying, actually, you know, we don't believe a word he's saying. But
it's
actually,
not cynical, is it? It's saying we haven't had any details. We've been taken into this on a three-word slogan, and people are absolutely starving and crying out to understand what now happens to trade.
But now I think the Prime Minister has the opportunity to not just to do trade with the EU and develop a deal with the US, but obviously to develop his stamp as the Prime Minister with this strong majority that he has. And I think that, you know, so as the dust settles, we will hear more detail, but it's just, the reality is he hasn't had a chance to set that all out yet.
Well, I think you'll see announcements. He's going to spend big in the north. I think he's got to reward those voters who basically, whose grandfathers will be turning in their graves or what have you. I think people I know close to government say he's going to honour some of those infrastructure spending pledges up north. I think you'll also see over this weekend some, you know, semi-choreographed business announcements of big investments that people like Sajid Javid have been working with to try and line up to say, see, we got it done, now here's the reward. I think you'll see some of that over this weekend.
And so that is a way of saying, I understand that you have lent me your vote, and you might take it back if this goes wrong.
But also I think businesses need to step up at this stage, because obviously over the last few years, since the referendum, then businesses have been saying, take the uncertainty off the table, you know, give us this wish lists. And now it's time for business to also match the political leadership we could have.
Thank you both very much indeed. Hello, good afternoon. If you're just joining us, we're at Westminster, where Boris Johnson's beginning a new term as Prime Minister after the Conservatives won a majority of 80 seats. In the last hour, the Tory leader made a statement in Downing Street and urged the country to unite.
I urge everyone to find closure and to let the healing begin.
Labour performed poorly, losing 59 seats, many of them in places they've held for decades. Jeremy Corbyn says he'll stand down as leader early next year.
I think the responsible thing to do is not to walk away from the whole thing, and I won't do that. I will stay here until there has been somebody elected to succeed me, and then I will step down at that point.
A strong result for the SNP, who now hold 48 seats out of 59 in Scotland. Leader Nicola Sturgeon says it sends a clear message for a second independence referendum.
The stunning election win last night for the SNP renews, reinforces and strengthens the mandate we have from previous elections to offer the people of Scotland a choice over their future.
The Liberal Democrat leader, Jo Swinson, steps down after losing her own seat to the SNP, and she urges her party to regroup.
In the next hour here at the Results Centre, we're going to talk about the defectors, those who left their party and stood as independents or for new parties. 18 in total, none of them won a seat, 2 of them left their deposits.
And here in Birmingham, we've got Conservative voters who are so relieved at the decisive victory from Boris Johnson, and they hope that's an end to the constant bickering. And we've got 1 or 2 Labour voters saying that Jeremy Corbyn's terrible performance was down to a savage media campaign against him.
All the results are in. Attention now turns to what next for Brexit and what next for the United Kingdom. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to viewers here in the UK on BBC Two and the BBC News channel, and around the globe on BBC World News. The Conservative Party has secured an overwhelming win in the general election. The Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, now has a majority of 80, the largest since Margaret Thatcher back in 1987. Speaking outside Downing Street in the last hour, he said the country deserves a permanent break from talking about Brexit and that he would deliver a parliament that works for the people. For the Labour Party, it's been bad news, losing many seats in their traditional heartlands. Jeremy Corbyn called the result disappointing and said he wouldn't fight a future general election. The Liberal Democrats had a terrible night as the party leader Jo Swinson lost her seat and quit, but the SNP did well, coming close to sweeping the board in Scotland. We're going to take a look at the results as they stand. The Conservatives winning 365 seats, that's up 47. Labour took 203, they're down 59. The SNP have 48 MPs, that's an increase of 13. The Liberal Democrats only have 11, down 1. The DUP 8. That's down 2. Sinn Féin, who don't take their seats in Westminster, have 7. This is the vote share in Great Britain. The Conservatives gained 45% share of the vote, just slightly up on last time. Labour, 33%. They're down 8. The Liberal Democrats, 12%. The SNP, 4%. The Greens, 3%. And the Brexit Party, with no MPs, 2. We're going to bring you all the reactions, speak to all the main parties, and look at what the result means for Westminster and, of course, for Brexit. Stay with us throughout the rest of the day. Well, in his first statement outside Downing Street since winning the election, the Prime Minister thanked the public for placing their trust in him and vowed to repay them.
I am forming a new government, and on Monday, MPs will arrive at Westminster to form a new parliament. And I'm proud to say that members of our new One Nation government, a people's government, will set out from constituencies that have never returned a Conservative MP for 100 years. And yes, they will have an overwhelming mandate from this election to get Brexit done, and we will honour that mandate by January the 31st. And so in this moment of national resolution, I want to speak directly to those who made it possible, and to all those who voted for us for the first time, and those whose pencils may have wavered over the ballot and who heard the voices of their parents and their grandparents whispering anxiously in their ears. I say thank you for the trust you have placed in us and in me, and we will work round the clock to repay your trust and to deliver on your priorities with a Parliament that works for you.
Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister, speaking there in the last hour. Our political correspondent Ben Wright is in Downing Street, and you saw as the PM was speaking, out the corner of the shot was one Dominic Cummings, and I guess this is the point at which you can say that was an extraordinarily disciplined campaign, Ben, whatever people thought of it along the way.
It was largely gaffe-free. It was ruthlessly focused on that single three-word slogan that Boris Johnson never failed to insert into any question, any answer that he gave in response to a question: get Brexit done. It was a very tightly run campaign by the people who were behind the Vote Leave campaign. I mean, many of them are now here in Number 10 running things behind the scene. And yes, I think Boris Johnson exercised huge sort of self-control. There was none of the buffoonery and clowning around we've seen in previous incarnations of Boris Johnson. He had his eye on the prize and didn't waver from it. Tied to that, of course, was a manifesto that was pretty sparse in its details and promises. Yes, there was the pledge to take Britain out of the EU next month. There was the pledge not to extend the transition beyond the end of next year and get a free trade deal in the meantime. But other than the promise to build new hospitals, the police number pledge, it was pretty thin if you're looking for some sort of guidance as to what a Boris Johnson premiership with a big majority is going to look like. He's going to have to fill in that detail now he's in office.
It's interesting, isn't it? When you see it, the visuals are all there. You start to understand the narrative, which is this was a Vote Leave win in 2016, and then it became a temporary government, if you like, a minority government, and now they are a majority, and they are going to carry out a Vote Leave Brexit. That is basically the beginning and the end of the plan.
It is sort of framed with a slightly Cameron-esque one nation, bring people together vision, which Boris Johnson was at pains to stress today. I mean, this wasn't a triumphalist Prime Minister. I mean, I'm sure he's absolutely thrilled that he has got a majority of this size, the biggest for 30 years. But no, there was none of that. He wants to try and be a healing Prime Minister, he said, restore some trust in politics. But look, I mean, the paralysis that we've seen in politics for the last year or two will now stop, certainly in Parliament, because he has this majority. But the uncertainty absolutely doesn't, and there are massive question marks over what he does next. He refused during the election campaign to talk about whether or not he would countenance a no-deal Brexit at the end of 2020, simply saying he would never ask for an extension and was confident a deal could be done. Asked what sort of trade deal he wants, he just said, oh, you know, we're starting from a point of very close alignment now. It's going to be terribly easy to do. But that's not an answer to the serious question marks around the sort of deal that he envisages. We just don't know the level of alignment and the trade-offs that he's prepared to make, because he didn't want to get into that sort of detail in the cut and thrust of an election campaign that he knew all the way through was his to lose.
Yeah, Ben, absolutely right. Well, let me bring in our guests here now. James Brokenshire, the Conservative MP for Old Bexley and Sidcup, former Cabinet Minister, and the former Labour Minister, Lord Faulkner, former Chief Justice. And if I can just continue that thought with you, James, that when you look at the narrative, Theresa May and those sort of 2 years in the middle looks like the aberration, doesn't it? The bit of the jigsaw that never quite fit.
Well, I think when we look at the history of all of this, clearly Theresa May managed to get a deal, didn't pass through Parliament. We got locked into this hiatus period that got us stuck, and Boris Johnson coming in, getting changes to that deal. So it's not that it was a lost period, rather it's part of that transition to where we've arrived at now with the majority government that I hope now will see that we do give effect to the referendum, that we see that we leave at the end of January. And clearly the new government, I'm sure, will be moving quickly to see the introduction, for example, of the withdrawal agreement bill to give effect to that and effectively now continue and make that happen.
I wonder how you feel, though, seeing the way this campaign was fought. We touched on it there. This was the Cummings strategy, which is you get Boris Johnson out, you do photo ops, you try not to let him meet the public. He's not allowed to talk about anything else. He's certainly not allowed details. He sticks to 3 words. Do you sort of think, God, I wish we tried that? Or do you think that's dirty and I never want politics to be run like that?
I know you characterised it in that way, but Boris did I think it was 120 individual interviews, was out there across the country, and actually underlining so much.
Did you not see any difference then? Could you have seen a Theresa May strategy that ran like that one?
Well, I think clearly we've had a fantastic result. Obviously now moving forward and how we use the opportunity and to deliver on that. But clearly a very well executed campaign to ensure that people understood, yes, get Brexit done, and underlining how we now want to move forward. But equally, some of that positive agenda on investing in our public services. And I think that's the difference. That's the real distinction that you see from Boris Johnson on this one nation agenda that he talks about, and how I hope and want to see that now moving into the issues of social justice that I think actually do light his core.
And social care, which was completely absent from the manifesto, as was so much detail. I think it was you, Lord Faulkner, who last time we spoke was looking at the manifesto and picked out this very odd paragraph, sort of became known as page 48, didn't it, which looked at reworking the whole constitutional arena of the balance between the legal framework and the political framework, with a slight sort of finger wagging at judges who'd got involved in the Supreme Court decision. Did that worry you?
I know Charlie will want to try and sort of make the case in relation to that, but fundamentally we abide by the rule of law, and I'm sure we can have the cut and thrust of all of these issues. But no, absolutely the constitutional settlement that we have, and yes, of course, we've had the challenges of the last few months with all the logjam that we've had here. But no, I'm positive about what this government can do, and equally our adherence to the rule of law and that fundamental that abides for all governments.
Your characterisation of what happened, we will do it, and we're not saying anything else, and we are in effect removing from our parliamentary party anybody who will stand in our way. That was the pitch, and he didn't let anything else deflect him from that. We offered a party that had been pusillanimous on Europe, offered lots and lots of free stuff without choosing between it, and were a party that appeared to be very factional and was tainted with anti-Semitism. That was the choice in the election. Inevitably, the country made a choice, not just in the Labour-Tory marginals, but in our heartland as well, that they wanted the person who could say he would get something done.
Right, so anyone watching this election would say that was the strategy that worked.
Yes.
Even if you don't have to explain what you're doing, even if you don't have to give details, even if your manifesto is thinner than the Beano, you don't have to...
I think that's an unfair characterisation. There actually is a number of things. No, and I think that is a very unfair characterisation, because equally you look at that investment in public services, and also on other issues in relation to housing, on abolishing things like no-fault evictions, on issues of dealing with rough sleeping too. There was a lot in there, even if you want to try and characterise it in a particular way. So it does have that agenda for government.
Could I just pick up your page 48? Your page 48 has very little significance.
Their page 48, actually, not mine.
Their page 48 has little significance if it had been a hung parliament. Their page 48 has huge significance with a majority of 80, because what their page 48 said, as you identified in that interview some days ago, we will readjust the balance between the courts, the House of Lords and the government, and we will in particular ensure that the courts do not become a means by which politics are pursued by other means. In other words, if the courts do things like stop us doing the prorogation, which is the exact...
Charlie, I think you're reading far too much in relation to that, and that clearly as a government there is scrutiny and challenge, rightfully, that all governments should have. And I appreciate that in the cut and thrust of election campaign, opponents will try to paint that picture on, but actually,
we won't
in terms
get it
of
from your
the whole system here, no.
Well,
there's no opposition. There's no functioning opposition as things stand for the next 6 months, is there?
Well,
not from Labour.
There has to be a functioning opposition. We have a leadership that has effectively been quite significantly repudiated by the country. We have to have, as quickly as it is reasonably possible to do, get a new permanent leader of the Labour Party. I would say it is reasonably possible to do that by say, the spring of next year, March, April of next year.
That's 4 months.
But it will take time to organise you can't just do it like
So
that.
what was the McDonnell line then over the weekend, that if we lose, I thought he'd manoeuvred himself quite subtly into that exact position of being John McDonnell being the caretaker leader for Labour. Do you think that will happen, or is that out the window?
No, I do not. I mean, my understanding of the position of the leadership is that Jeremy Corbyn, and I make no criticism of this, is saying I will not lead the party again into a general election. I will stay. And as long as he stays for as long as it takes to do a leadership election and no longer, that is a reasonable and responsible position to take, because somebody has got to lead the party for the time it takes to do the leadership election. If we delay, I think there are two consequences. Just what you've said, which is there's no functioning opposition. But secondly, if we want to get our heartland back, the longer we delay, the harder it will be to get them back.
Well, obviously Labour will have to reflect and do what they do, but I think Charlie's right in saying there has been that repudiation, and it's been interesting hearing the narrative on that. Oh well, wasn't actually about the offer that we were making, and it was simply that there was a simple choice on Brexit. That's not what certainly we were hearing. On people saying no, Jeremy Corbyn is an issue. We're really scared about what this will mean, the issues on the economy and jobs, and what this will mean for our standard of living, and that actually that's been the very firm message that's been given, and equally what we now see in what were Labour heartlands that are now Conservative because of, I think, the clear offer that we've been giving.
We're going to one of those now, but I'm going to stop you here, but thank you very, very much indeed. Blue wave sweeping across the Midlands as the Conservatives gained a string of seats, and we can talk to the businessman and Conservative Mayor of the West Midlands, Andy Street. He's in Birmingham for us. And when I asked some hours earlier, Andy, if the Conservatives were now the party of the working class, there was a certain amount of outrage from Labour voters and Labour campaigners who felt that was a complete mischaracterisation. Would you call the Conservatives a party of working class?
I would describe the Conservatives as a party for all groups, really. If you look across the West Midlands, we did incredibly well in some of our traditional areas, in Solihull, an affluent area, but we also took areas that we haven't had for 100 years. So that's really been the appeal, that it's been very, very broadly based.
It's interesting that even people that have described themselves not as Conservatives, they would never call themselves Tories, have clearly decided to vote Tory this time round. And Boris Johnson used that language of lending a vote. So what does he have to do with that vote now to keep it?
I think that was actually a very honest statement this morning. So I met lots of people across the West Midlands over the last few weeks who said, I'm very far from a traditional Tory, but I am going to vote for you because we need something to be done. Obviously, the first part of that sentence was usually around Brexit, but the second part was actually we then need to invest in these places that the simple language would be have perhaps not had their fair share of investment. So to answer your question head on, he needs to keep his word that he is going to invest in public services, particularly the police. That comes up time after time. Of course, the health service. We've just seen a big commitment to a brand new hospital in West Birmingham, and of course to education. And then in 5 years' time, we will be judged as to whether we really have done what we said we would do.
He needs to pull off Brexit. You will know as a businessman now how important that is. The Conservatives, with the majority of this side, have to own Brexit completely and utterly and thoroughly. So if the economy doesn't grow, or if we don't get the trade deals, or if Europe turns its back on us, or if Donald Trump doesn't provide quite as much in the way of sustainable trade as we were hoping, then Boris Johnson is responsible for that.
So there's one word that sums all that up, isn't there? And the word would be delivery. And the interesting thing is, if you look in the West Midlands, if you look in the North East, you would actually say that these are regions, or particularly in Teesside, for example, where the gains were massive as they were here, these are regions where Conservatives have delivered on the ground. At local level, the trends have been going with us. And it's exactly the same now at national level. And the voters who came to us yesterday were saying these people are capable of delivering. They have a plan, they have a vision. And yes, it's about Brexit, but it's not just about that. It's about saying who's going to provide the high quality jobs of the future, who's going to make the infrastructure investments that enable us to do well and compete internationally. So we have actually got now to deliver on what we've said we will do. And that's why, of course, the Prime Minister said he will take his time with his plans, but he also has a sense of urgency to exactly do that.
Let me ask you one more thing. There are a lot of Muslim communities in your part of the West Midlands in Birmingham, and we've heard from the Muslim Council of Britain here that there is a palpable sense of fear amongst Muslim communities following this Tory victory. This is a statement in The Guardian from the Muslim Council of Britain saying that this from Harun Khan, Mr Johnson commands a majority, a palpable sense of fear amongst Muslim communities. We enter the election campaign period with long-standing concerns about bigotry in our politics and our governing party. Now we worry that Islamophobia is oven ready, to coin his phrase, for government. Mr Johnson's been entrusted with huge power. We pray it's exercised responsibly for all Britons. Is that a fear that you share on behalf of your communities?
Absolutely not. I couldn't be more clear about this. The way in which I've tried to lead this region over the last 2.5 years has been to reach out into every single community. Muslim community, the Hindu community, the Sikh community. And remember, this is the most diverse place in Britain, so it's critical that we do that. We've just elected a Muslim as a new Member of Parliament for one of the safest seats in the West Midlands, and I am absolutely confident as the next 5 years go through, we will demonstrate that we can really deliver for each and every community across the West Midlands. That's not just about faith, it's about affluence, it's about background, and that is again the test of this new One Nation government.
Andy Street, thank you very much indeed. We're going to go across a sweep of our newsroom to our election results centre. Christian Fraser, who has showed an extraordinary amount of stamina over the last 24 hours and has been looking at results for those MPs who stood as independents. Many of them, I guess, Christian, familiar names, certainly in the last Parliament, that we might not see again.
No, quite. A lot of focus on them in the last Parliament. I'm going to call them the defectors, which could be the title of a new Christmas movie. And I'm going to split them up into different groups. So we're going to talk first about the Conservatives who stood as independents, who John Major was urging Conservatives to get behind. So they were known, of course, as the Gorkwood Squad. You had Dominic Grieve, the former Attorney General, the former Justice Secretary, David Gork, and Anne Milton as well. Let's look at Dominic Grieve. Did pretty well, got 29% of the vote, but he was never going to take what is a very safe Conservative seat. Likewise, David Gork. You'll notice that they're both between the 25 and 30% bracket. Again, 26% there for David Gork in Hertfordshire South West. The difficulty always in this first past the post system is taking on the established parties who have the ground game, and that was true in Birkenhead. For someone who Westminster will miss, Frank Field, who stood as an independent in Birkenhead, there he is, 17%. He had seen off challengers in Birkenhead before, the militants in the 1980s. Passionate campaigner, of course, free thinker, but not this time. Labour holding on to that seat. What about the Tiggers, the independent group for change? So this is Anna Soubry in Broxtowe, not a particularly good night for her, 8% of the vote there. And if we look at Chris Leslie, even worse, in Nottingham East, there you go, he didn't even get 4% and he lost his deposit. Sarah Wollaston, Dr Sarah Wollaston, was one of the Tiggers, but then, of course, joined the Liberal Democrats. Again, she did pretty well, 29%, but that is a pretty safe seat in Totnes, and the Conservatives held on. Now, you were talking, Emily, in the last hour about whether the Remain alliance did enough, whether the Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats did enough in those overwhelming Remain seats. And I've just picked out two. City of London, Chokra Munna stood for the Liberal Democrats, did really well. I mean, look at the vote share that he's put on, but he's taking from Labour and the Conservatives. If he'd have stood there, would Labour have won? Maybe. I don't know if he'd stood down. But this one is the most egregious example in Kensington. Emma Dent-Coe, do you remember, took this seat in a shocker in 2017 after the Grenfell Tower disaster. She had a narrow majority. Sam Gyimah stood in this seat. He took 21% of the vote, did very well. But look how close it was. Just going back to that, if he had have stood aside, you would have to think that Emma Dent-Coe would have taken that one. And so that really is a head-scratcher that those two sides will look at. And if you've just got a second, I just want to show you this, which only occurred to me just a few minutes ago as we were going through the numbers, talking about London, Emily. Look at that. Seats did change hands, but exactly as you were in 2017. We could have all stayed at home, stayed out of the rain, Emily.
Absolutely. Well, some of us did, I'm sure. Some of us were talking about other things for the last 24 hours. Christian, thanks very much indeed. We're going to get the view from Brussels of this Conservative landslide. Sir Jonathan Fall is a former British official in the European Commission. What is your sense of how this result will have been received in Brussels?
Well, I think people will be saying to themselves that now we have a British government with the full authority of Parliament, and we can get down to business. And assuming that, as planned, the withdrawal agreement is now approved by Parliament and the UK leaves on the 31st of January then, and there was a summit here in Brussels today of the leaders of the 27, this is what they said, they're ready to start talking the following day. And preparations are being made now for those negotiations.
Does anything become clearer in terms of the direction of those negotiations? It feels like the bottle's now uncorked and the next year ahead should become more detailed. Do you have any sense of that direction now?
Well, it depends where you look. If in Brussels, the direction is what it has always been. And they said again today that the new relationship will be based on, I've got the text here in front of me, a balance of rights and obligations and a level playing field. Now, that means trade-off. That means trade and acceptance of rules and a system for making sure that the rules are applied. Now, the devil is in the details. I think initially what people will be saying here in Brussels is we want to hear from the British Prime Minister. Once the celebrations are over, it is for him to say what sort of relationship he wants with the rest of the European Union, with the European Union after Brexit on the 31st, and how close he wants it to be.
Is your sense that the Prime Minister is after a level playing field, or is your sense that he wants Britain to be a more competitive market vis-à-vis Europe?
Well, I'm sure everybody wants to be competitive. He's said that he wants a close, friendly relationship, but if a level playing field means exactly the same rules, well, no, I don't think he does want that. Otherwise, what's the point of all of this? It's managing the divergence of rules in the coming months and years that's going to be the challenge. The EU will change and the UK will change. And that will be complicated in Ireland, as we know, and it'll be complicated in the overall relationship, because the EU's position will be the more access to the market you want, the closer you're going to have to align yourselves with our rules. That's where the trade-off is going to come, and that's why it's going to be difficult.
And I guess we still don't really understand the position in terms of immigration and freedom of movement. We keep hearing about this Australian-based point system, which often misses the simple fact that the Australians wanted to up immigration when they brought in that point system, and we haven't decided what we want, have we?
Well, again, we heard things in the election campaign about the various levels of skill that the Prime Minister wanted or wanted less of. We're going to have to look at the detail. And I think the position in the 27 and in the EU institutions in Brussels will be to see what the UK comes up with and then react accordingly. And there'll be a degree of reciprocity. We will treat each other, I suppose, in much the same way. And there will be particular attention, of course, to the lives of people stranded on the wrong side of the border, if you like, me over here in Brussels, and all the EU citizens who have moved to the UK.
Sir Jonathan Fall, thank you very much. We're going to have a look now at the east of England. We can head over to our reporter Joe Black, who joins us from Peterborough, which Labour lost last night to the Conservatives in what no longer feels like as much of a surprise as it might have done 24 hours ago.
Yes, hello, good evening. I'll tell you about what happened here in Peterborough in just a moment. But if we look at the east of England, if you were ever to look at a political map of the east of England, you would see that it was very blue with a few pockets of red, and there was also one pocket of yellow. But last night, the results changed. That is no longer the case. The region is still very blue, much bluer, but North Norfolk, which was a Lib Dem seat, has now been taken by the Tories. Labour held the seat in Ipswich, but that now has been taken over by the Tories. Cambridge, just down the road from where I'm standing talking to you now, that was a Labour hold, but the majority there was reduced. And in Luton, which is not so far away from where I'm standing, there are 2 Labour MPs there also, and also a Labour MP also still in Norwich South. So this is a Tory supporting region, you could say. Here in Peterborough, quite interesting here last night. Now, this square that I'm standing in front of now talking to you, 6 months ago in June in the summer, this was full of Labour supporters, Labour activists and Jeremy Corbyn, who had come here to congratulate the Labour MP who had won a by-election here. But now that scene has been replaced by this Christmas market and a Tory win here last night. Paul Bristow is the new MP for this city. He came 3rd in that by-election that I've just mentioned back in June. But last night he won around 2 o'clock this morning. That declaration came in. His majority is now around 2,500. So he is the new Tory MP. I've been speaking to people here in the city about that win for the Tories. Lots of them told me, local issues aside, it was Brexit that made them vote blue.
You've got a new MP in Peterborough.
Really? Oh, he's in, is he? Oh, I'm thrilled to bits. I went out in the pouring rain yesterday morning just to put my little cross. So, he's got through.
So you voted Conservative, am I right?
Definitely. I'm thrilled to bits with the news.
What are the main issues for you, though?
Well, education, basically, I would think, yes. The education system and the homeless is very bad in Peterborough. You know, there's so many people beggars on the streets now that I've not seen before. So let's hope that something's done about that.
Because I never wanted to come out of Brexit, it was Liberal Democrat, but I didn't think they'd get through.
And you obviously have a Conservative MP this morning. How are you feeling about that?
I think we've just got to drop all the blame and just get on with the party that's been elected and go for it. We've got to get behind somebody. We've all got the same interest at heart, hopefully. So,
yeah, I voted for Conservative.
Have you voted Conservative before?
No, it's solely for Brexit, really.
Just tell me why then.
Well, I just felt everyone else was diddling. Labour had no real direction what they were going. Obviously, Lib Dems were completely just disregarding everyone's vote 3 years ago. So I just felt that Conservatives were going to get Brexit done, and that's why I went that way. I mean, I'm normally Labour. Every time before I've been Labour, but Jeremy Corbyn, I got no faith in him either. He was just horrendous, really.
So as for Paul Bristow, the new MP here, the new Tory MP, he says he wants to look at things like the NHS, improving schools, improving education in the city, and getting this city's fair share of police officers, as he says. But as for Brexit, he says it will be done by the end of January, and he said we simply cannot talk about it anymore.
I'm sure he'd find others to agree with him on that one. Joe, thanks very much indeed, Joe Black there for us. You're watching BBC Election 2019, more here in a moment. But first, we can cross to the newsroom and join Jane Hill, who has today's summary of the stories.
Hello, very good afternoon. Let's just bring you a summary of all the latest news here this afternoon. The Conservatives have won their biggest general election majority since Margaret Thatcher in 1987. After claiming scores of seats from Labour in its traditional heartlands in the north of England. The party now has a Commons majority of 80. The Prime Minister Boris Johnson addressed the nation from Downing Street this afternoon, saying the Conservatives' resounding victory gives him the people's mandate to pursue Britain's withdrawal from the European Union. He's urged everyone to find closure and let the healing begin.
This country deserves a break from wrangling, a break from politics, and a permanent break from talking about Brexit. I want everyone to go about their Christmas preparations happy and secure in the knowledge that here in this People's Government, the work is now being stepped up to make 2020 a year of prosperity and growth and hope, and to deliver a Parliament that works for the people.
Jeremy Corbyn has said he is very sad about his party's performance and that he won't lead Labour at any future election. He put the result, which was the party's worst since 1935, down to the issue of Brexit, which he said had polarised politics. Jeremy Corbyn is preparing to stay on as leader until a successor is chosen, despite calls from some within Labour for his immediate resignation.
I was elected to lead the party, and I think the responsible thing to do is not to walk away from the whole thing, and I won't do that. I will stay here until there has been somebody elected to succeed me, and then I will step down at that point.
The SNP has made big gains across Scotland, with Nicola Sturgeon saying the country has sent a clear message about a second independence referendum. The SNP has won 48 of the country's 59 seats, 13 more than it won in 2017. The Conservatives won 6 seats, the Liberal Democrats 4 and Labour 1. Nicola Sturgeon said it's now time for the people of Scotland to decide their own future.
It is time for Boris Johnson to start listening. I accept, regretfully, that he has a mandate for Brexit in England, but he has no mandate whatsoever to take Scotland out of the European Union.
The most high-profile casualty has been the Liberal Democrat leader, Jo Swinson, who lost her seat in East Dunbartonshire to the SNP by 149 votes. Under party rules, she now steps down as leader. The Liberal Democrats have 11 seats overall. Sir Ed Davey and Baroness Sal Brinton will be acting leaders of the party now that Jo Swinson is no longer an MP. She said she's proud of the fact that the Liberal Democrats were the unapologetic voice of Remain and doesn't regret her time as the party's first female leader.
One of the realities of smashing glass ceilings is that a lot of broken glass comes down on your head. So I'm proud to have been the first woman to lead the Liberal Democrats. I'm even more proud that I will not be the last.
In Wales, the Conservatives recorded their best result in more than 30 years, taking 14 of the 40 seats. Labour remains the largest party, but lost 6 seats. Plaid Cymru held their 4 seats. And in Northern Ireland, nationalist MPs outnumber unionists for the first time. The Democratic Unionists lost their deputy leader, Nigel Dodds. He was beaten by Sinn Féin in North Belfast. The DUP is still the largest party in Northern Ireland, but it's been reduced to 8 MPs. Between them, Sinn Féin and the nationalist SDLP have 9. And you can, of course, find much more about all of this and a closer look at all the election results on our website. You can see how the parties performed in maps and charts and look up who won in your area. Of course, it's all on the website, bbc.co.uk/news, and all available on the BBC News app. And that is our summary for now. Now back to election 2019.
Welcome back to Election 2019 as we bring you the latest reaction to the Conservative government winning a majority, and we are staying with that thought on Northern Ireland because we can cross now to Belfast. Stephen Farry, the Deputy Leader of the Alliance Party, defeated Alex Easton of the Democratic Unionist Party by just under 3,000 votes, and he's with Anita in Belfast now. And really, Northern Ireland has had its own earthquake there, a completely different one, a completely new picture for many there.
That's absolutely right, Emily. So many interesting stories coming out of the election here this time. The story in the North Down constituency, another one. It had been held by the independent Remain backing unionist Lady Sylvia Herman since 2001. And when this election was called, the nationalist SDLP and Sinn Féin parties said they would stand aside so she could have a clear run at it against other Brexit-supporting unionists. But then she decided not to stand. So all bets were off. The parties were all back in the contest there. The DUP were pushing hard to win it, but the Cross Community Alliance Party won it. And the new MP for North Down, Stephen Farry, is with me now. Stephen, thank you very much for joining us on BBC News on our election coverage, and congratulations on your win. A really big night for the Alliance Party, growing your vote in all but one of the 18 constituencies here. Is this a sign that, you know, green and orange politics is changing and that Brexit has cut through those sort of tribal lines?
Very much so. Northern Ireland used to be seen as a two communities society, unionism and nationalism, but there always was a small band of us in the middle who kept fighting the good fight. But in recent years, that centre ground has really expanded, and we've had our best 3 election results now in a row. We got our highest ever number of votes last night, right across all 18 constituencies. And in particular, I'm delighted to be the new MP for North Down, which was actually where the party was founded almost 50 years ago. So we've gone almost full circle in that respect.
You will be one of 3 Remain supporting MPs. There are more Remain supporting MPs in Northern Ireland than that, of course, but Sinn Féin don't take their seats at Westminster. You will be one of 3 Remain supporting MPs who do. You say you're going to be, well, taking on the challenge of supporting that view in the Commons. Are you going to be able to do that, given the majority that Boris Johnson has?
Yeah, well, plan A was that we would see the opposition parties controlling Parliament and the opportunity for a people's vote where we could reconsider Brexit entirely. There's no such thing as a good or sensible Brexit, and any form of Brexit is very challenging for Northern Ireland.
So are you talking about the opportunity for a people's vote? Did I misunderstand you?
Well, that was our plan A. I think that's now gone. So we're now in a situation where Boris Johnson is going to proceed with his own version of the deal. For us, those of us who were Remainers, we found the Theresa May deal to be a much more pragmatic way of soft landing Brexit. The Johnson deal is a much harder Brexit for us. Last year, the business community rallied behind the May deal as perhaps being a pragmatic way forward. There's a lot of concern now about the Johnson deal, and particularly the implications of some sort of barrier or border down the Irish Sea, which interferes with the free flow of business. We are a very interdependent society. We depend on both the north-south and east-west trade links, and it's a nonsense that we have to compromise on one of those. And I think a challenge now for us Remainers is how we can try to mitigate that deal and take the rough edges off it.
If you can't mitigate it, if you can't take, as you put it, the rough edges off it, do you think you could see a shift in the Alliance Party's constitutionally neutral position? Would you begin to consider moving closer to Dublin, or to try to move in that direction?
Well, we are in a very fluid situation in Northern Ireland, and Brexit in some ways has placed the constitutional question right to the fore of our politics. But we remain a party that's across community, and we try to build and find support right across the community from both Unionists, Nationalists and people in the centre ground, Liberals, a lot of young people coming forward. But our priority remains trying to make Northern Ireland work, building integration, promoting reconciliation, and regardless of where we end up in terms of the constitutional question, that remains the central challenge in this very complex, divided society. If we see a border poll, we'll take a view on it at that particular time. It's not something we're particularly chasing at this stage, but without doubt, Brexit and a hard Brexit does create a lot of disharmony inside the UK.
So sounding quite flexible on that, and if I could just ask you finally and briefly, Stormont, do you think this Westminster election will do anything to increase the prospect of the Northern Ireland Assembly getting going again?
Well, we've been down now for 1,000 days, and the people of Northern Ireland are hugely frustrated. All of us heard that on the doorsteps over the past 5 weeks. We've had some false dawns during that period, but this time both the DUP and Sinn Féin saw a fall in their share of the vote. It's a very strong message to both of them coming from the electorate, and hopefully that they will now see sense, in particular with the DUP no longer having the balance of power in Westminster. There's nowhere else to go but to come back here home to Belfast in Northern Ireland and make this place work.
OK, Stephen Farry, MP, thank you very much. MP for the Alliance Party in North Down. From Belfast, back to you, Emily.
Anita, thanks. We're staying with that constitutional conundrum because we're going to speak to the SNP's Deputy Leader, Keith Brown, who's in Edinburgh this afternoon after a very successful night for the SNP. One of my guests, Keith Brown, was making the point that you can't be any more a party of Remain. In a month's time, if you are in favour of the EU still, you'll have to be a party of Rejoin, I guess. Is that what the SNP now becomes?
Well, we have to see what happens. Of course, there's no doubt that Boris Johnson has now the majority that he requires to proceed with Brexit, but of course he's said things before and not followed them through. He was going to be dead in a ditch, apparently. He was going to deliver by the 31st of October. So we'll have to wait and see, but it does look likely that he will now have the majority he requires to take, as he has the right to do, England and the rest of the UK out of the EU. He does not have that right in Scotland. An absolutely emphatic win for the SNP once again. Along with the Remain vote that we had, 62%, means that the mandate from the Scottish people is to remain in the EU, and we will try to do that as long as we can do that.
He does have the right, because you're part of the United Kingdom, and the only independence referendum was won in favour of remaining in that United Kingdom. So it's now over to you to decide if you're going to unilaterally have that referendum, and if you're going to try and become, as I say, a party of rejoin.
Well, actually, it's not. What we will do now is what we said we would do, the First Minister said long before the election, which is to lodge that request for a joint Section 30 agreement. That will be done next week, as the First Minister laid out today. If you think that Scotland and England are meant to be a partnership of two equal nations, that's what happened in 1707, reaffirmed by David Cameron, then it cannot be the case that a party that's lost 17 elections in a row, which massively lost here yesterday, lost over half their seats and lost votes hand over fist to the SNP, has the right to block the universal right of self-determination. That's the basis on which I say the Scottish people have that right, and we will assert that right next week.
Just explain what assert means, because I hear the protest, I hear the rhetoric. I don't understand what you change now in your MO.
I think you misunderstand as well. The point is that we will now do what we said we would do before the election, which is to put that request to Boris Johnson for the Section 30. Well, no, he's not said no. He's not had that request yet. So that's what we said we would do. The question really is for the Tories. What are they going to do? They're going to continue to ignore the democratic will of the people of Scotland. That's their question to answer. The question you can quite rightly ask of the SNP is what are you going to do? We're going to put that request in. Now, if it is the case, of course, if the Tories, despite all the democratic evidence to the contrary, come back and say no, then of course it's the case. I believe they will crumble in the face of that. Many Tories here believe that. Andy McKeever, a former Tory spin doctor, says these are completely unsustainable positions which the Tories have. But it may take some time, and if it takes some time every day that Boris Johnson tries to delay that, he will pay an increasing price for people turning towards independence for Scotland.
Keith Brown, thanks very much. Let's stay with that point. A little more analysis now from Sir John Curtis, Professor of Politics at Strathclyde University, who is something of a Duracell bunny at this stage of the day or night, John. But you have this sense now of a kind of knuckle-to-knuckle fight, don't you, between Scotland and England or the UK, and I don't see either of them giving ground on that.
I think you're absolutely right. We are now going to be heading for a constitutional tussle between the United Kingdom government led by the Conservatives and the Scottish government led by the SNP. The request will be made by Nicola Sturgeon next week, and she might even get a reply back, perhaps with the grace of a Christmas card from the Prime Minister fairly promptly, that the answer is no. The crucial question will then be, where do we go from here? I think the first thing to watch is going to be what happens to the opinion polls north of the border about attitudes towards independence. We've already seen during the course of this year most polls showing an increase in support for independence such that it's around the 48-49% mark. Most of that increase in support has occurred, actually virtually all the increase in support has occurred amongst those who voted Remain. So there is already evidence that dissatisfaction with the pursuit of Brexit has weakened to some degree the already relatively tenuous ties in public attitudes in Scotland towards the Union. But the question now will be, when Scotland leaves the European Union with the rest of the UK at the end of January, what happens to public attitudes? And that will be important to both sides. If indeed public opinion were to shift north of the border so that we start getting polls saying the majority in favour of yes, it's very difficult to believe that a UK government that really wishes to keep Scotland in the Union can regard simply saying no as an adequate answer. It's going to actually have to think about how it manages its relationships with the Scottish Government and the Scottish public opinion more broadly to turn those kinds of numbers around. Equally, of course, in those circumstances, the SNP would feel further emboldened. Beyond that, one suspects that this will end up in the courts. The SNP have already given some intimation that they might try to challenge the UK government's refusal to allow them to hold a referendum in the courts. If you go back to the knotted history of this subject, there was discussion more than 10 years ago now about possible ways in which it would be possible for the Scottish Parliament legally to hold a referendum on independence. So I think we can expect the tussle to go on. I think probably the UK government would be hoping to at least keep things off the boil until the Scottish Parliament election, which is due in May 2021. But if on the back of that there is still a majority at Holyrood in favour of having an independence referendum, the UK government's going to have to think quite hard about how to handle the situation.
Let me ask you something very briefly. In your vast experience, does public opinion tend to go with whoever is on top, with the winners?
What do you mean by that, Emily?
Well, I mean, I was remembering 2 years ago, for example, that when David Davis was talking about the kind of Brexit that would emerge after the Theresa May defeat or loss of majority, he assumed then that we would be going towards a single market or a customs union. I wonder if people see a victor and think that they are more in favour of whoever has been victorious at that point.
Well, I mean, there is no doubt that one of the things that Boris Johnson's been able to do during the course of his premiership is to persuade Leave voters that actually his deal it should be pursued rather than pursuing no deal. No deal used to be the most popular option amongst those who voted Leave. Mr Johnson's persuaded them that his deal is actually adequate, and that's certainly one of the reasons why he's been able to win this election today.
Yeah. Interesting stuff. So, John, thanks very much indeed. And whilst we talk and try and embrace some of these huge, lofty, philosophical questions about the Constitution, what happens to the United Kingdom, there is a very important and critical story right on our doorstep, and that is all about the NHS today. It was, of course, a huge issue on the campaign trail for politicians in all parties, and we have new figures out today which are rather dispiriting, and they show that every major accident and emergency unit in England has failed to hit its 4-hour waiting time target for the first time. The number of people on waiting lists for routine care also hit an all-time high. Let's go to Hugh Pym, our health editor. And this is always the problem with a nation that's become so embroiled in its own sort of navel-gazing about its political direction that you miss the really essential and human stories right on the doorstep like this.
Yes, Emily. I mean, in the middle of the campaign in November, NHS England published its latest performance stats, the worst ever for A&E, waits for routine surgery. That really fueled the NHS debate, which continued at quite a high level. The latest figures were due to be published yesterday on polling day, but the stats watchdog said no official figures at all in Whitehall should be put out on the day, and they had to be postponed. So now we've got them after the nation has voted, and they show an even worse level of performance in A&E units in England, 4.45 million people waiting for a routine operation. In A&E units, you might have waited 4 hours and more. The number who are waiting 4 hours beyond that to get a hospital bed or more, about 90,000. We've never seen a figure that high before. So it's an illustration of the real pressures in the NHS, maybe before winter has really even set in. And that's very much in the in tray for the Prime Minister and the government, how the next couple of months pan out in the NHS with performance like this so stretched. Staff are working incredibly hard, but we have rota gaps, more and more patients are coming through. It's a difficult situation.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at the facts here, the worst performance since targets were introduced more than a decade ago. Now, at this point, I guess, you know, a new government with a new mandate can say, we're scrapping those targets, we start again, let's have a new sheet. Do you sense that Boris Johnson and his government will accept responsibility for where the targets have got to now, for where the A&E figures have brought us to now, or are they seeing this as a brand new start?
Well, we get to January, traditionally the most busy month in the NHS, when people come back from the new year. There are more and more patients who need to go in. You maybe have flu, and it's very much on the doorstep at the Department of Health. If Matt Hancock is still Secretary of State, the Prime Minister will be asked questions about it. There's a lot more going on, moving towards the legislation of Brexit, but this is the here and now. It will be there, it will have to be dealt with. There is talk of the targets being changed by NHS England. Politically, that might be very difficult, but many promises have been made about thousands more nurses and doctors, more money over the next few years. That takes time to flow through. This is now, this is right now in the NHS. And of course, social care, that's another big issue, long-term, needing to be sorted.
And we haven't even started on that one, Hugh. Thanks very much indeed. Meanwhile, over in Birmingham, Victoria Derbyshire has been in the library speaking to voters about how they feel about the panning of events today.
Yeah, and we foolishly decided to come out onto the balcony where we didn't realise quite how freezing it was, but we wanted a bit of the Christmas spirit. And we have Bob and Rachel and Richard and Martin. And Rachel, you're a Labour supporter. What does it say about Labour that after 10 years of austerity and having failed to deliver on their flagship policy more than once, Labour cannot beat the Conservatives yet?
I think that Labour have had the wrong leader. I don't think they've had someone that people can put their faith into and their trust. And I think particularly with Corbyn, he's put himself across as this I can fix everything guy. And people can't get behind that because they can't see it happening.
Are you angry?
I'm furious. I'm furious that Labour haven't won, and I'm furious even more so for personal reasons. The NHS means a great deal to me. I've worked in the NHS, I've used the NHS.
We've just been talking about, actually, with our health editor about the A&E waiting times.
Exactly. And I think that for somebody to put all this love and passion into the NHS, as Corbyn states he has, I think that what he should have done was put more of his effort into just telling people that I will fix this. There are problems. I can't fix everything. Even though I will try, I can't. But he hasn't done that, and he's promised the world, and nobody thinks he can deliver. And so people have voted the other way, even out of protest.
Is Corbynism dead?
I'm frightened that it might be. Although I'm angry with him, I do think that Labour need a strong leader, and to be honest, I don't know who that is right now.
Okay. What about yourself? When you look at the big picture, we are where we are, Conservatives with a really, really healthy majority. You watched Boris Johnson, as we all did earlier, and he wanted to invite people into his one nation government. How did that make you feel as a Labour supporter?
Well, I'm really concerned about public services, and I've got a particularly personal reason. My lovely son Henry died 3.5 years ago in Birmingham waiting for a heart transplant. And though he was 9, and all the staff did absolutely everything they could, the doctors and the nurses, but they were fighting a crumbling old Victorian building, which made their work extremely hard. I'm also very concerned about Brexit because so many of the people who worked with him came from other countries and abroad.
And Richard, as a Conservative supporter, again, you saw Boris Johnson trying to unite people, unite together and lift everybody up. When you hear Rachel, when you hear Bob talk about their real fears about the future of the NHS, what do you say to them?
Well, it's a reality that hospitals and the NHS need to be paid for, and we need to get the economy moving forward again, the economy growing, and so that we've got the money to pay for these central services that can give people what they've been crying out for.
So
and that requires money.
Anything to worry about?
I don't think there'd be anything to worry about. The NHS is a core part of the British fabric. No political party is going to privatise it because it would be political suicide.
Martin, again, you voted Green as a protest vote. You're a Labour supporter in your heart. How do you view the next few years?
I'm worried that none of the parties seem to have paid enough attention to the environmental issues, if you like. A few of them have got a well thought out policy. Most of them have got no people with any practical competence at all. I keep hearing the slogans in so many fields, and it worries me. Whether it be Labour, who I think have sloganeers rather than practical people, or the present lot behind Boris. How many of them have actually got real skills, can really deliver, have real life experience, and are capable and competent to do these things?
Are you glad you voted Green, though? Was there any
Yes, I am, because if those of us who are concerned about issues that aren't the mainstream ones of the two-party system don't make a point every now and again, we'll never get a better system. For instance, with elements of proportional representation, they'll simply say there's no need for it.
Okay. Thank you. for standing in the cold on this balcony in beautiful Birmingham. I'm going to wish you happy Christmas, because hey, why not? Thank you very much, Martin, Richard, Rachel and Bob. Thank you.
And happy Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas. Thank you. Back to you, Emily.
We think it was worth braving the cold for, Victoria. Thank your guests for coming onto the chilly balcony there for a little glimpse of Birmingham in its Christmassy glory. We are going to be speaking in the next hour to Joe Tanner, the former advisor to Boris Johnson. We'll also be hearing from Jonathan Powell, the former Chief of Staff to Tony Blair, and we'll be exploring what last night means for Britain next. Hello and a warm welcome to Westminster, where Boris Johnson has begun a new term as Prime Minister after the Conservatives won a majority of 80 seats in the general election. It's the largest Tory majority since 1987. The Tory leader made a statement in Downing Street this afternoon and called for the country to unite.
I urge everyone to find closure and to let the healing begin.
Labour performed poorly, losing 59 seats, many of them in places they'd held for decades. Jeremy Corbyn says he'll stand down as leader early next year.
I think the responsible thing to do is not to walk away from the whole thing, and I won't do that. I will stay here until there has been somebody elected to succeed me, and then I will step down at that point.
A strong result for the SNP, who now hold 48 seats out of the 59 in Scotland. The leader, Nicola Sturgeon, says it sends a clear message for a second independence referendum.
The stunning election win last night for the SNP renews, reinforces and strengthens the mandate we have from previous elections to offer the people of Scotland a choice over their future.
The Liberal Democrat leader, Jo Swinson, steps down after losing her own seat to the SNP. She's urged her party to regroup. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the now dark Westminster. The Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, has said he wants the healing to begin after leading the Conservatives to their most resounding election victory since the 1980s. He also said that he'll get Brexit done by the end of January. No ifs, no buts. Much of the Tory success came at the expense of Labour, which lost many seats in its former heartlands. Jeremy Corbyn has said he'll stand down once a successor has been elected. The Liberal Democrats did badly with their leader, Jo Swinson, losing her seat and quitting, but the SNP did well, coming close to sweeping the board in Scotland. We're going to take a look at that final results tally then. The Conservatives winning 365 seats, up 47. Labour took 203, they're down 59. The SNP have 48 MPs, an increase of 13. The Liberal Democrats have 11, they're down 1. Our political correspondent Jonathan Blake has been taking a closer look at the night and the day, and now we're back to the night again. Dramatic events.
A new dawn, he says. Boris Johnson is back in power, but things are different now. The Prime Minister left Downing Street this morning to meet the Queen and ask to form a new government. Now, though, with the majority in Parliament and the mandate from the country that he badly needed. It was a convincing victory. In seat after seat, the Conservatives held their own territory and took Labour's heartlands too. From England's northeast to South Wales, this was a night that saw the electoral map redrawn.
We did it.
A campaign focused on Brexit won the Tories' support in unfamiliar places, and Boris Johnson promised not to let people down.
And to all those who voted for us for the first time, and those whose pencils may have wavered over the ballot, and who heard the voices of their parents and their grandparents whispering anxiously in their ears, I say thank you for the trust you have placed in us and in me, and we will work round the clock to repay your trust and to deliver on your priorities with a Parliament that works for you.
Disbelief at first as Labour saw their strongholds fall. Those on the losing side left deflated and disillusioned. The leader has promised to go, but not just yet.
I will talk to our national executive about what we do in the future. I called for last night a period of reflection in the party, and obviously the ruling body of the party, our national executive, will decide what process we follow then for the election of a successor to me. But I am quite prepared, and I was elected to do so, to lead the party until that takes place.
It's over, Mr. Corbyn.
His supporters blame Brexit for their devastating defeat, but others in the party say the leader was part of the problem, and a fight for Labour's future has already begun. Boris Johnson now has a wider support base and a stronger grip on power, but with success comes the weight of responsibility. Jonathan Blake, BBC News.
Counting.
Well, our political correspondent Ben Wright is in Downing Street. I know no one really wants to think about next week at the end of a Friday night, Ben, but do we have any sense yet of the timetable and the speed at which things will happen now, and more importantly, whether we're all going to end up working right up till Christmas?
I think you probably are, Emily, yes. New MPs will come back to Westminster next week to be sworn in. I think that's Tuesday, Wednesday. I think that the government plans then a Queen's speech on the 19th, which is the Thursday. And then Boris Johnson has been insistent that the first stages of getting the withdrawal agreement bill, the Brexit deal, through Parliament will begin before Christmas. Now, whether that means first reading, second reading, not sure. But that has to go right back to the beginning of its parliamentary process, even though it did pass second reading before this election. The whole thing has been reset. So we will have a Brexit vote before Christmas, and the question is whether that's on, I think, next Friday, or it's the following Monday, right on the edge of Christmas. So yes, it's going to be busy in Westminster.
And what is your sense of any sort of cabinet movement now? There were a lot of people that we barely saw during the course of that campaign for one reason or another. Jacob Rees-Mogg was sort of silenced quite quickly after the Grenfell comments. There was a sense that Sajid Javid maybe was hidden back so people didn't ask too much about the economy and the Treasury and how money was going to be spent. Any inkling of whether there will be positions shuffled around, Ben?
I think there will be some very small shuffling because of changes in the parliamentary party and ministers, very junior ministers who aren't here anymore. But I don't get a sense yet that he is about to do a significant cabinet reshuffle. There is quite a lot of things in his immediate in tray. But you're right, Emily. I think it was very striking during the election that there were a handful of cabinet ministers who were given any prominence. People like Michael Gove, who's had a complicated journey in his relationship with Boris Johnson, to say the least. He was front and centre. Matt Hancock, perhaps because the NHS was so prominent in the election, he was certainly out and about defending the government, making its arguments. But you're right, it was a very small number of cabinet ministers who were actually out and about. It was a campaign entirely focused on Boris Johnson, a campaign built around him. And it clearly, I think, as a strategy, paid off. You know, it vindicated the way this panned out, exactly how Number 10 thought about it, concentrating very tightly on that Get Brexit Done message, talk about very few other things apart from those promises on the health service and police numbers, and just talk about Boris Johnson and get him to stick to the script, which he did on the whole.
Absolutely. Ben, thanks very much. With us now here in the studio, Joe Tanner, the former advisor to Boris Johnson, and Jonathan Powell, the former chief of staff to Tony Blair. Joe, do you look now at where we are and think, I wish I was back in there advising, or are you relieved to be out?
No, I mean, I worked with Boris back in the 2008 campaign, so it was a long time ago. Yeah. And I run a very successful business, and to be honest, I'm quite happy doing that. And you have a bit more longevity in your career when you do that, rather than politics, particularly if you look at what's happened to people in elections, where we've had significant number of elections in a row, so you never quite know how long you're in. But obviously for him, it's amazing to think that only a few years ago everyone had written him off, and I mean, he's been written off several times, and yet he continues to surprise people.
You will know, when Ben said he's a man who learned how to stick to script in there, possibly how unusual that is, how difficult that might be for Boris Johnson. I think there are questions now about the Boris Johnson that we're going to get as Prime Minister, whether he will owe more to
the mayoral Boris Johnson that we saw, or to the Vote Leave campaigner, or to the man that found it within his grasp of proroguing Parliament and telling the Queen one thing that turned out not to be right. Who do you think we're going to get now?
I think we've still got to see, because I think the numbers are such a surprise to many people that I think how the party's going to work, how the cabinet's going to work, his ability to get on with the job that needs to be done very quickly.
Is he very malleable?
Well, I think this is the issue, actually. You say about the issue of the message, sticking to the message, but actually go back to that campaign many years ago, and he did stick to the message. It was all about, there were problems with Ken Livingstone in London, it was all about knife crime, which actually at the time was the biggest issue we were dealing with. And he was able to stick with the script. And I think what actually I saw in this campaign was a lot that he'd learnt back then about if you stick to the script and you frame the choice, that the principle is you frame the choice between you and your opponent, and you make sure that the public know what they're voting for.
But does he know what he wants? I suppose maybe I should ask it a different way, which is that, OK, he has proved he can stick to a script. I genuinely don't know what he thinks about immigration anymore. I genuinely don't know what he thinks about workers' rights and whether they need to be at the same level or a different level.
And I think that's actually a problem for the Conservative Party as a whole, because actually where it's been pulled in all sorts of directions, particularly over things like the hold that the ERG has had for such a long time, that now actually there's more room to actually work because he's got a majority. I think he can actually be more, to call it opinionated, but he can actually develop, I think, more of a position that then actually will show which direction the party's going to go in and actually make things happen.
Jonathan, you were Chief of Staff to Tony Blair. You'll recognise this sense of what a landslide can do, and I guess the responsibility that comes with it. What is that sense the day after winning something that big of where you go?
Well, of course, when we won in '97, there was a real outpouring of joy. I remember still driving in the motorcade from Islington to number 10 Downing Street, people lining the street. I haven't seen that many people lining the street today. I don't think there's much of a sense of joy coming out of this election. That might just be London,
to be fair. I mean, it might be going on in other places where
maybe
we're not.
Many demonstrations of people out on the street celebrating, maybe, but I haven't seen much evidence of that either. I think he does need to decide what he wants to do with this government, and I think when he talks about uniting the country, about healing, I think he's going to find that very hard for two reasons. One, because of the sort of politics he practiced up to the election, and two, because it was a very divisive campaign. And he has trouble empathising with people, as he showed, about that poor child on the floor of the hospital.
Do you think that he can bring Remainers in? I mean, we saw that one line in the statement earlier, which I think was the first time we've heard any nod to the people who weren't behind Brexit and have remained staunchly against Brexit. What happens to that sort of Remainer voice now? Can it be won over?
Well, I think the issue of Brexit is now solved because he's going to get his Brexit divorce deal through, and then he's going to have the very difficult task of negotiating the new relationship with the EU. But I don't think he's going to solve this division, because this is about identity. What's happened now is our politics has changed from being class-based or being based on party, and people, a bit like American politics, are going to divide on identity. Do you want an open Britain or a closed Britain? And the electorate he's now got, and the MPs he's now got, will take him towards that closed direction.
That's such an interesting question, open Britain or closed Britain, isn't it? Because we were always told it wasn't about cutting off the EU, it was about opening ourselves to global trade or the global stage or global business. But I guess how we respond to things like immigration, how we respond to the sort of whatever we want to make reciprocal rights will tell us how open we do want to be, and whether immigration is an important factor still.
And I think that is an important issue, but I also think we have to acknowledge that part of the frustration, and actually some of the reasons that even Remainers have just said, just get Brexit done, to use his phrase, because they've realised the paralysis on the domestic agenda. And I think that things like people's local hospitals, as we saw during the campaign, things like schools, things like potholes, for goodness sake, stuff actually bothers people. And there has been this feeling that we have been completely paralysed by Brexit, and it's meant that a lot of the stuff that touches people, Brexit to most people doesn't touch their daily lives. It's just that it's talked about. But actually the stuff that bothers them, policy challenges like social care, that we have still failed to deal with for many, many years, that stuff is also going to be the stuff that is going to be defining how people feel about their politics and how they feel about politicians.
Will Brexit ever touch people's daily lives? I mean, it became such a visceral thing for so many people because it became instantly a sense of identity, didn't it? Cut across your party lines, and people started, you know, understanding a sort of cultural, political significance to whether you voted Brexit or Remain. Do you genuinely think now, and can I call you a fairly staunch Remainer?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Do you think it will affect your life?
Well, Brexit will certainly affect my life and everyone else's
How?
life. Well, because it's going to have a huge economic impact, it's going to have a huge social impact and a huge impact on whether you can travel and live in the rest of the European Union. So yes, of course it's going...
Will it actually affect whether you can travel, do you think? Or...
Well, quite possibly, because if we're going to actually have to impose restrictions on free movement, that will have an impact. But I think the real issue here is that people are going to be very disappointed when they discover that Brexit is not over, it's not done. And the whole of the next year we're going to be talking about Brexit again, and we'll have a whole replay of whether we leave without a deal next December. We'll be back in this place talking about exactly the same issue, and people will be pretty fed up when they discover that.
We'll be lucky if we get the studio again in a year's time. We're going to ask you to stay with us. It's very warm in here, actually. We have a carpet. The Conservatives captured seats across the Midlands and the north of England in areas that have voted Labour for generations. And we can cross now to Maltby in the Rother Valley and to our correspondent, Dan Johnson, who must be sort of waking up today or going to bed now and wondering what on earth has just happened, Dan.
Yes, lots of people here are wondering what on earth's happened, because make no mistake, this is a seismic shift, because for generations this sort of seat has been the definition of safe Labour country. But no more. They used to hate the Conservatives, a lot of people around here, because of the perception of what was done by previous Tory governments, the way that the industries, areas like this, the areas relied on, were decimated by Margaret Thatcher and the Conservative government that came after her. Now, things are certainly changing in places like this. The coal this town was built on made the area solid Labour for more than a century. They used to talk about the Socialist Republic of South Yorkshire, but not now. Brexit has brought out new blue support here.
First time ever, and I've done it. I've just had no faith in Jeremy Corbyn. 3.5 years, Europe have been literally laughing at us. So
you think this is what needed to happen?
Yeah.
Charity shops and food banks are busy here. It's a poor area.
We're doing a prize raffle for it to try and get the money out there to the people who can't afford anything anymore.
So loyal Labour voters like Aaron are sad, but maybe not surprised.
Maltby's now full of nothing. We've got
So
no
why
actual
would people
shops.
vote Conservative if all that's true?
Problem is, it was a popularity. People did not like Jeremy Corbyn a lot and what he had to say, but people wanted Brexit.
Tory has been a dirty word here, especially since the 1980s, when Maltby was a key battleground as striking miners faced the police, backed by Margaret Thatcher's Conservative government. The muckstack still stands, but the pits and the steelworks have gone, and with them went the old loyalties to the working class, to the union movement and to the Labour Party. Time and again people have said, if my dad knew how I voted in this election, he'd turn in his grave. This is not just old allegiances that have been broken, it's people rejecting their DNA.
I feel like a traitor, actually, but...
You do?
Well, it's a Labour Rother Valley, isn't it? So it's...
Always been Labour.
It has.
And Corbyn's unpopular. So
Can you tell me why?
I don't know. I didn't feel he were somebody he could engage with.
He won't acknowledge about what people think for leaving EU, would he? Plus, he disrespects the Queen.
Brexit party support was an important factor in some of these wins, but it is new Conservative MPs, like Alexander Stafford, who will now speak for these communities. And what's your message to Boris Johnson now, from a pit village in South Yorkshire?
Do what you promised, Boris. That's it.
Change has been coming, perhaps for a long time, but this is a stark symbol of just how far our politics and some of the old certainties have really shifted. And Brexit was always going to be important in this election in places like this because of how heavily some of these communities voted to leave. But I think people underestimated just how unpopular the Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn would prove to be in some of these places. Now, people here have talked about lending their vote to the Conservatives, of effectively taking a chance on Boris Johnson. And you heard there is expectation, there is hope that he will be able to deliver for places like this because that support cannot be guaranteed to carry on in future.
Dan, thanks very much indeed. The Rother Valley, Dan, the Rother Valley there. But we're going to get more reaction from the Scottish Conservatives. Speak to Jamie Green, who represents the West Scotland region in the Scottish Parliament. And Jamie, just let me ask you first of all, when you were campaigning, knocking on doors, did you talk about Brexit or the Union?
Oh, people wanted. I was listening to your clip earlier. People want to talk about everything. One lady took me out of her driveway and showed me the potholes in her street. So it reminded us all that elections are about big constitutional issues, but also about the day-to-day things that matter to folk right up and down the country. Yeah, Brexit came up. Yes, independence came up. Tactical voting came up. I mean, people were voting for very different reasons, I think, in Scotland to many other parts of the UK.
And I'm sure that's right, but I guess you don't have a referendum on potholes sort of looming, looking you in the face right now. I wonder what you'll do with that huge number now that have gone for the SNP, and the SNP very, very resolute that they will get their second independence referendum.
Yeah, I feel a bit of Groundhog Day, Emily, because we seem to be having this conversation after every election that comes up. The SNP say that that's another mandate for independence. They've been saying that since 2014. Everything that happens in politics, they keep saying, well, that's another mandate. The vote share that they got yesterday was 45% in Scotland. And guess what? That's the same as the vote result in the 2014 referendum, where the people of Scotland said no thanks to independence. We said it'd be a once-in-a-lifetime vote. We all signed up to that, and I'm asking the SNP to honour that commitment, respect democracy, respect the result of those referendums, and let's move on as a country.
To be fair, if you're going to look at share of the vote, then I think the Tory share has only gone up 1%. But you know we have a first-past-the-post system, and they've won more seats. And on that basis, they see themselves as winners with a mandate to ask for what they say on the tin, which is nationalism.
They do, but they still have less seats and less votes than they did in the 2015 landslide that they had up here in Scotland, where they got 56 out of 59 seats. That wasn't a mandate then, nor is it a mandate today. So, you know, let's not forget, the SNP were driving around Scotland in a big yellow bus that said, "Stop Brexit." They were proactively going to people and saying, this election tomorrow is not about independence, this is all about stopping Boris Johnson and stopping the Tories getting into power. Well, that didn't go very well for them at all. But then, as soon as the results announced, Nicola Sturgeon's on the TV saying, this is all about independence. Quelle surprise.
OK, but that is a problem for you, for the nation of Scotland, isn't it? If you had people that were trying to stop Brexit and people that were trying to get independence, and obviously we don't know when you vote for the SNP what the reason behind that vote was, you've got a nation of pretty unhappy people then, because they're not going to be able to stop Brexit and they're not going to get nationalism from your Conservative government.
Well, I mean, you know, we stood on a very clear commitment, both in Scotland as the Scottish Conservatives, but also right across the UK. And Boris Johnson was very clear about this. We want to go into 2020 election-free, referendum-free. That's what this country needs. That's what Scotland needs. It's what the UK needs. We need to move on. We need to get on with the domestic agenda that is so important to this country, get past that gridlock that we've had for 3 years, that stalemate. Businesses have been crying out for politicians to get on with it, and that's exactly what we're going to do, and it's about time the SNP took heed of that.
Well, what would you be recommending that your Prime Minister do now for the people of Scotland to get those Remainers, or get the people who are sceptical about Brexit, back on board? He suggested he was extending a hand. I wonder what that means in practical terms for Scotland.
Yeah, I mean, I listened to the speech outside Downing Street this afternoon. I managed to stay awake. We've been going quite a lot this night, but you know, it was a very interesting speech. The way he posed that he does represent one nation conservatism, and what does that actually mean? It means that we do want to bring the country together, which is why I am quite happy to go into next year without another divisive referendum in Scotland, more divisive referendums on Brexit and on the Scottish independence matter. What Boris wants to do is get on with a domestic agenda that will actually put more money into Scotland, We already have a very devolved system here in Scotland. I sit in the Scottish Parliament. We have full control over health, education, justice, roads, potholes, policing and so on. So what we need to do is make that renewed and resounding case of why the UK economically is so important to Scotland and why Scotland is so important to the rest of the UK. And I think that message is clear.
Jamie Green, thank you very much indeed. We're going to head over to Belfast and speak to Anita McVeigh, the DUP, who really felt all-powerful in the last government with their 10 MPs propping up the Theresa May government, are now down to 8 and clearly have no role in government. Why do you think they did less well this time, Anita?
Well, Emily, this definitely has been the Brexit election here, although not in the way it's unfolded in England, first of all. It's very interesting to look at the makeup of the constituencies now, with the exception of one of the 18 constituencies. Every other single constituency here reflects how the voters cast their ballots in the EU referendum. So you still have this split between the DUP, who support Brexit, and all the other MPs, now in a majority, who support Remain. The DUP, as you say, their influence greatly diminished, absolutely gone, some people would say, although they would argue otherwise and have been doing so today. But Boris Johnson can now push through his Brexit deal without having to, as he did and Theresa May before him, take into account the DUP's position. And for that reason, I think Brexit is very much going to continue to shape politics here over the course of this next Parliament, over the next 5 years, bringing with it perhaps more constitutional questions, not in as immediate a sense as we're seeing in Scotland, with Nicola Sturgeon, of course, saying that she's going to bring forward a detailed democratic justification next week for a second Indie ref. But certainly those sorts of constitutional questions will be asked more and more here.
Anita, thanks very much indeed. We'll leave Belfast, come back to our studio here, and still with us, Joe Tanner, the former advisor to Boris Johnson, and Jonathan Powell, the former Chief of Staff to Tony Blair. And Joe, I'll pick up with you in a second, but I just want to bring in some words from the Unite leader, Len McCluskey. Now, it was quite interesting. About an hour ago here on the show, Jack Straw had very strong words for the role that Len McCluskey had played, he said, in propping up Corbyn and his policies. And it seems as if McCluskey is trying to distance himself from the Labour leader now. And this is the tweet from our colleague Nick Eardley, who said McCluskey blames for election drubbing the incontinent rush of policies which appeared to offer everything to everyone immediately, failure to apologise for anti-Semitism, shadow cabinet ministers backing Remain and undermining the Brexit stance. And he says it's Jeremy Corbyn's metropolitan worldview. Curiously, I remember interviewing Len McCluskey at conference a couple of years ago, and he talked about the anti-Semitism questions being mood music. I don't remember if that's a phrase that has left its mark with you. But Jonathan, a sense now, I mean, I guess it's inevitable that everyone is sort of chucking blame as fast as they can and distancing themselves. Do you see Len McCluskey as part of this problem?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, what's different from the 1970s and the 1980s is that the trade unions are very far left, and the far left now control all of the institutions of the party, the NEC and everything else. And that's why it's going to be very difficult for the Labour Party to come back to the centre. It's quite interesting if Len McCluskey is blaming it on the policies, because the momentum defence of what happened in the election is that the problem was the policies were very popular, but because of Brexit they couldn't get them across. If McCluskey is saying the policies weren't popular, that's rather contrary to what the rest of the left is saying.
But what you're saying essentially is how knitted the whole system is, that momentum feeds into the National Executive Committee, which dictates the next leader for Labour, and the unions find the funding, presumably, and the endorsement for both the NEC and the Labour leader, which is presumably why we're not going to get a new Labour leader anytime soon.
Well, and when you do get a Labour leader, the chances are that it'll be another leftist Labour leader. As I say, this is quite different from the 70s and 80s. In the 70s and 80s, the trade unions were the ballast that kept the party sensible, and they didn't manage to control the NEC. Now you've got a quite different situation. They will control the rules, they'll control the timing of the leadership election, and they'll be in a very good position to make sure one of their own wins it, in which case the Labour Party, I fear, is destined to go the way of the Socialist Party in France and end up really as an irrelevant party.
Do you think I mean, I know you can't sort of play subjunctive history too much, Joe, but Boris Johnson, on one level, had a very easy opponent in Jeremy Corbyn because a lot of Labour voters were already supporting their mistrust in him and their scepticism about what he was going to do.
But I think the challenge was it wasn't a given that they would actually switch their allegiance to him. There was a concern that a lot of people might stay at home. And actually he had to find the right subjects to talk to those people on, and obviously a lot of the focus from Labour was about focusing on the NHS, the suggestion of the closeness to Trump, the suggestion that the NHS was for sale.
Did they ever really worry about Jeremy Corbyn? Do you think there were genuine tremors?
I think there were still concerns about certain seats. I think there was a genuine concern. They knew they had to win certain places, as you know, all strategists do. And I think I spoke to a lot of people, and there was a lot of conversations about shy Labour voters and shy Tory voters, and therefore you couldn't quite pick up which way certain seats were going to go. So I think to some extent it's almost, when your opponents are very obvious and very simple to read, I think it's one thing, but part of the problem with the Labour Party is, as Jonathan was pointing out, there were so many different almost facets to the problems in terms of who's pulling the strings where, that actually it probably wasn't as clear cut. It wasn't just Jeremy Corbyn, it was also, you know, everyone's talking about Jeremy Corbyn being to blame somehow, but everyone's forgetting John McDonnell and the role that he played in this whole episode, and the rest of the shadow cabinet, for example. So there's a big team involved in this stuff. It's all very well replacing Jeremy Corbyn, but you've got a lot of other people that are still going to be there, and they're not necessarily the same people that people want to vote for.
Joe Tanner and Jonathan Powell, thanks very much. You're watching Election 2019. Welcome to viewers on BBC World News as we digest the Conservatives' big win in the UK general election. First of all, we're going to cross to the newsroom and join Jane Hill, who has a summary of the day's biggest developments.
Thanks, Emily. Yes, a very good evening. These are the main election stories tonight. And the Conservatives have won their biggest general election majority since Margaret Thatcher in 1987, after claiming scores of seats from Labour in its traditional heartlands in the north of England. The party now has a Commons majority of 80. The Prime Minister Boris Johnson addressed the nation from Downing Street this afternoon, saying the Conservatives' resounding victory gives him the people's mandate to pursue Britain's withdrawal from the European Union. He urged everyone to find closure and let the healing begin.
This country deserves a break from wrangling, a break from politics, and a permanent break from talking about Brexit. I want everyone to go about their Christmas preparations happy and secure in the knowledge that here in this People's Government the work is now being stepped up to make 2020 a year of prosperity and growth and hope, and to deliver a parliament that works for the people.
Jeremy Corbyn has said he is very sad about his party's performance and that he won't lead Labour at any future election. He put the result, the party's worst since 1935, down to the issue of Brexit, which he said had polarised politics. Mr Corbyn is preparing to stay on as leader until a successor is chosen, despite calls from some within the party for his immediate resignation.
I was elected to lead the party, and I think the responsible thing to do is not to walk away from the whole thing, and I won't do that. I will stay here until there has been somebody elected to succeed me, and then I will step down at that point.
The SNP has made big gains across Scotland, with Nicola Sturgeon saying the country has sent a clear message about a second independence referendum. The SNP has won 48 of the country's 59 seats, 13 more than it won in 2017. The Conservatives won 6 seats, the Liberal Democrats 4 and Labour 1. Nicola Sturgeon said it's now time for the people of Scotland to decide their own future.
It is time for Boris Johnson to start listening. I accept, regretfully, that he has a mandate for Brexit in England, but he has no mandate whatsoever to take Scotland out of the European Union.
The most high-profile casualty has been the Liberal Democrat leader Jo Swinson, who lost her seat in East Dunbartonshire to the SNP by 149 votes. Under party rules, she now steps down as leader. The Liberal Democrats have 11 seats in total. Sir Ed Davey and Baroness Sal Brinton will be acting leaders of the party now that Jo Swinson is no longer an MP. She said she's proud that the Liberal Democrats had been the unapologetic voice of Remain and doesn't regret her time as the party's first female leader.
Many people will look at the last few weeks, at these results, and be filled with dread about the future of our country. I understand. I'm worried too. This goes beyond our future relationship with the European Union. It's about our relationships with one another.
In Wales, the Conservatives recorded their best result in more than 30 years, taking 14 of the 40 seats. Labour remains the largest party, but they lost 6 seats. Plaid Cymru held their 4 seats. In Northern Ireland, nationalist MPs outnumber unionists for the first time. The Democratic Unionists lost their deputy leader, Nigel Dodds, beaten by Sinn Féin in North Belfast. The DUP is still the largest party in Northern Ireland, but it's reduced to 8 MPs. Between them, Sinn Féin and the nationalist SDLP have 9. And there is, of course, lots more about the election online. You can look up every result in the country using our interactive map, and you can carry on watching live reaction and analysis from all our experts. It's on the BBC website, there's the address there, and also on the BBC News app. And that is our summary for now. Now back to election 2019.
Hello again. Welcome back to Election 2019, where we're bringing you up to date with all the latest reaction to the Conservatives winning their largest majority since the 1980s. The day has been bookended by President Trump. We got that tweet at first thing this morning, and in the last few moments we've heard from him again, congratulating Boris Johnson, first on Twitter early in the day, and he has now given a little word. We're going to listen to that now.
I want to congratulate Boris Johnson on a terrific victory. I think that might be a harbinger of what's to come in our country. It was last time. I'm sure people will be thrilled to hear that, but a lot of people will be, actually. A very big percentage of people, because this was a tremendous victory last night. And it's very interesting. The final votes are being tallied right now, but the numbers are tremendous. So I want to congratulate. He's a friend of mine. It's going to be a great thing for the United States also, because it means a lot of trade, tremendous amount of trade. They want to do business with us so badly. Under the European Union, it was very, very hard for them to do business with us.
Well, there's a lot to unpack in that one. We will with our guests in just a second. Jonathan Powell and Joe Tanner still with me. First of all, let's go to Christian. Christian Fraser's in our election results centre, looking at whether there is, I guess, what we'd call a new class divide in British politics from some of the data that these results have thrown up. Christian.
Yeah, that's right, Emily. I've been talking all day, haven't I, about how we've seen this blue march into red areas of northern Britain, into northeast Wales, into the Potteries and the West Midlands, South Yorkshire and the northeast. So I want to show you some evidence for that. So what I've done is I've pulled out seats with high middle class voters, high percentage, seats with high percentage of working class voters as well. And you look at this and you say, oh yeah, I recognise that. OK, big working class area, Labour ahead, vice versa. In the middle class areas, the Conservatives ahead. But then if I show you the vote share, then you see what's happening. So the Conservatives putting on 5% in these working class areas. Look at Labour collapsing there. And with the Conservatives in middle class areas, you see that they are down 4%. But Labour also down 7% there. So actually there, if this is a Brexit election, you see in those two areas, it didn't really suit either side. What do they say? You sit on the fence, you get splinters. And that really starts to show when you go into the West Midlands. So the Conservatives up by 9, Labour down by 9. And again, there it is in the vote share. Labour losing votes both to the Liberal Democrats and the Conservatives. So I've pulled out a few seats just to show you how that plays out in the West Midlands. Now, if you said to Labour ahead of the election, how's it going to go? They'd say, well, it's going to be tough. But then if you said to them, you're going to lose 2 seats in West Bromwich east and west, they would say, you must be joking. So this one, really an earthquake for Labour. This was Tom Watson's seat, the former deputy leader, of course. He did stand down before the election, but he was campaigning for Labour in this area. Big Leave constituency. You see that there, the Labour vote is collapsing. Massive swing on the night, one of the biggest, 12%. I spent a bit of time in Stoke before the election. Ruth Smeeth and Gareth Snell said it was getting tougher on the doorstep since 2017. Ruth Smeeth, yeah, found it very tough on the night. She had a 2,500 majority. That's now a majority for the Conservatives of 6,200. And then Gareth Snell. What you see actually in Gareth Snell's seat is that the Brexit Party is eating into his vote. That's one that Nigel Farage will point to. But again, 8% drop in the vote. So the takeaway from this, in the West Midlands and other parts of the North, the Labour Party has to find a different way, a new way, Emily, of speaking to the working class people.
What is that way? We're going to go, thanks Christian, to the constituency of Lee in Greater Manchester. That was Andy Burnham's old seat before he moved over. He's now Manchester Mayor, of course. And last night, was won by the Conservatives for the first time ever. Judith Moritz is there and sent this report.
Yeah, it's been pouring down all day, so we've come inside to Lee's indoor market, 30 years old this year, and it's thriving here. News of the political decision overnight still sinking in, though. Seismic change for Lee, which has been in Labour hands since 1922. Glenn is one of the butchers on the market here. Glenn, this is day one of Lee as a Conservative constituency. What do you make of it?
Well, nothing's changed yet, is it? Nothing's changed. Was still the same. It was Labour, now it's Conservative. Whether things will change, who knows?
Nothing's changed because there hasn't been a chance yet, I guess, but a big political change. I mean, it's not ever been a Conservative seat, this.
I don't think so. I don't think it's ever been anything but Labour. Maybe if Andy Burnham would have still been here, it might still have been a Labour seat. Who knows?
You've run the butcher's stall. You've been working here for 30 odd years. What do you think has changed in Lee? What are the issues here that have got people angry?
Lack of investment. All the investment seems to go to Wigan. The Lee people seem to suffer. There's more investment in the town. There's more investment in car parking. Everything. Wigan seems to get everything. Lee seems to be on the back foot.
And from your point of view, how did you vote and why?
I voted for Conservative because I want the Brexit to go through, whether it be out or whether it be in. I want it over, finished, and let's get on with something else.
Okay, thank you, Glenn. Now, this is an area in which 63% of people voted to leave in the referendum. Brexit has played enormously in this campaign electorally. Two people who've been shopping here as well, Sue and Brett, and both of you sinking in, is it, that Lee this morning has turned from red to blue?
Yeah, I was quite shocked. It's always been a Labour town, Lee. It's all mining town, working class people. They always voted Labour, but it's the sign of the times what are changing. People have got the right to say what they want. I myself voted Conservative. I've never done it before in my life, but I did because of the Brexit. We need to get it sorted, has just been said now.
And you say you've never done it before.
Never.
Daughter of a miner. I mean, how did it feel?
My grandfather was a miner. All my uncles were miners. Felt quite strange having to vote Conservative, but it's as you say, it's for just the way things have just changed.
And you've said it's about Brexit, but what do you think of Jeremy Corbyn's Labour Party?
I don't think a lot, I'll be honest with you. I don't think a lot of him. I don't think he's a very good leader. I don't think he would have been very good if it would have been Labour.
So they lost your vote. Brett, did you vote for anyone? I mean,
no, I didn't vote. No.
Why not?
I've never voted because I'm pretty political, neutral, agnostic. I think they're both sides, two sides of the same coin, the major political parties at the end of the day. But the big issue for me was Brexit. I wanted out of the EU. A lot of working people in this area voted to leave the EU, and it's been 3.5 years and we're still in the EU. And all we've seen on TV is left-wing orientated parties seeming to wanting to stop Brexit and stop us leaving the EU. And that's been the perception, unfortunately, and Labour have paid the price for that in this town. which I never thought I would see the day where, you know, Lee would be a Tory constituency. But, you know, that's the situation we're in now, and Labour have only got themselves to blame.
Okay, thank you very much. A typical view. Everyone I've spoken to here in the market, Labour have got themselves to blame. Brexit, as you hear there, is a huge issue for everyone here. 63% of those living in the Leigh constituency voted to leave, and the combination, I think, of that and the way people here feel about the Corbyn Labour Party has resulted in this seismic result. For the first time since 1922, this constituency no longer in Labour hands.
Judith Moritz, so are we perhaps looking at an entire political realignment as a result of the results of last night's election? What I'm going to do is bring in Sir John Curtis, Professor of Politics at Strathclyde University. You know that by now. He's in our Election Results Centre. And I've also got our guests here, Joe Tanner, who used to work with Boris Johnson, and Jonathan Powell, who was Chief of Staff for Tony Blair. But what I'm going to do before I ask any of you to comment is just raise up on the screen, if we can, this tweet from Lord Ashcroft, who is a vociferous poller, as you may know. He polled over 13,000 people after they'd cast their ballot to find out how Britain voted and why. And well, we're looking at it here. I don't think we can put it on the screen because it's incredibly detailed. But what it does is it breaks down into male voters, female voters, 18 to 24 age, plus 65, and of course the different professional classes as well. So I don't know if I can pull you in, John. First of all, it does seem like sacrilege to talk about somebody else's poll to you.
Fine.
But what
I have actually glanced at Lord Ashcroft's polling. It's very much in line with what you'd expect, given the evidence of the polls during the election, that basically Leave voters voted for the Conservatives, Remain voters voted Labour or Liberal Democrat, younger voters voted very strongly for Labour, younger voters, older voters voted for the Conservatives. But of course, what's also true and striking for those of us who have some memory and understanding of the politics of the 1960s and 1970s is there isn't much difference between the parties in terms of occupational class, something of course that Christian has been illustrating with his great big board just a few minutes ago on this programme.
Yeah, and if I can bring in Jonathan now, I mean, what was interesting was hearing these, you know, just vox pops, casual conversations with voters in the Labour heartlands of people saying, as I think you heard from Judith's piece there, I'd never call myself a Tory. You know, I would never define as a Conservative. How are you voting? I'm voting for Boris Johnson. And it's whether we are finding a different terminology or a different... I mean, presumably we're not going to call ourselves Leavers and Remainers after this election, are we?
No, I do think there's been a fundamental transformation of British politics. The coalitions of support for the two main parties have broken down. And you do, as you look at this chart, with over 50% of support amongst C1s, isn't it? No, C2s, and nearly 50% of C1s. This is quite different from the past. The last election, there were more working class voters for the Tories than Labour, but this is quite different. And what you essentially got is the Tories redefined as an English national party. What they're doing is they're uniting people who believe strongly in Brexit, but also the issues that go with that, immigration and so on. It's a different sort of party. It's not the old-fashioned Conservative party. And that's why I think Boris Johnson will have trouble going back and claiming he's a one-nation Tory, because the people who elected him aren't expecting that.
But then I think if you look at the 2008 election, he managed to win London off of Ken Livingstone, who had a hell of a stronghold in London. And I think the thing with Boris is actually he has managed to transition traditional party boundaries before. And I think it's because actually, whether you like him or loathe him, I think he does connect with people. And actually, he gets people talking, perhaps sometimes not for the reasons he'd want. But actually, other times, his ability to connect with people means that sometimes they will talk about those subjects he's talked about, they'll talk about the issues he's raised, they'll talk about perhaps the policies he's put forward. And I do think, as a whole, we're not identifying, particularly younger people. I mean, I'm 42. I had grandparents that were socialist workers, and I lived in Ted Heath's constituency and went to a grammar school. But I have never identified as any particular class or any particular party, even though I've worked with Boris Johnson, but I've also worked with other political parties as well. And that's me in the profession. But actually, I think out there, I think people do switch between parties more often. And I think when you bring in another big issue, such as Brexit, I think that's where the traditional party lines just disappear. So even if you're uncomfortable, perhaps, because you think, oh, and I think Boris actually he acknowledged that, didn't he, in the speech outside Number 10, he said about the people that they might have found it difficult to put that cross in the box.
But doesn't it alter what you do if you are the party of big business? You might cut corporation tax. If you are the party of what he now wants to define as, you know, the working class, 50% of C2s and C1s, then you're not going to look at corporation tax first. You're going to look at social housing and presumably social care, and it alters your priorities, doesn't it?
Johnson said very sensibly that they'd lent him his votes, not that they got the votes for good. And his problem is going to be, to keep those votes, he's going to have to pump huge amounts of money in public spending, because what they expect is English nationalism, patriotism, Brexit, and lots of money going into public services. This is not a traditional Tory formula, but this is what he's going to have to do if he's going to get them not just to lend them his votes, but to keep those votes.
Do you accept that definition of a party of English nationalism, or do you balk at that, Joe, or do you think we should embrace that?
I don't necessarily agree with that. I think actually as well, we've got an issue that even if the Conservatives weren't particularly pushing being a pro-business party, the Labour Party were clearly not going to be doing anything to help business with 4-day weeks. And you know, one of the most fascinating points in the election for me was the announcement around nationalisation of broadband, and it was the fact that almost immediately the phone-ins on local, probably BBC stations and other stations, were people that were effectively saying the Labour Party is saying people can't afford to eat, but then I can have free broadband. And it didn't make sense to people, because why is it that they could suddenly have free internet, but actually down the road people were at food banks, and it didn't make sense. So in a sense, I think when people say about the Labour Party kind of forgot who it represented, what does this mean for the unions if they've actually lost the working class? Who are the unions now? Where's the union and Labour connection if the working class have abandoned them? I mean, it's actually a bigger problem than just the Labour. The unions have got a big problem here now as well, because they're supporting a party that doesn't represent their workers anymore, apparently, if the workers are all voting for Conservatives now.
Let's go back to John Curtis for one last thought. We thought we'd give him the night off after this, John. But do you think, when we talk about this political realignment, do you think the labels will change, the parties will change? Will people's sort of self-definition in terms of their political leanings now change?
Well, one of the things that we do know is that actually we do now inclined to call ourselves Remain as the Leavers, or at least we have done so far. Around 40% of us think strongly that way. Only 10% think of us very strongly Labour or Conservative. So Brexit certainly has consumed us. But let me just give you a quick conceptual map. I agree with most of what your other two contributors have said. What you have to understand is that Brexit is not a left-right issue. It's not about the role of the state in the economy. It's about how comfortable you are living in a diverse society, as opposed to somebody who thinks that we need a great degree of homogeneity in order to have social cohesion. Whether you are on the left or on the right is utterly unrelated to whether you're a social liberal or a social conservative. Therefore, in the EU referendum, left-wingers and right-wingers were just as likely to vote Leave, but their social liberals were much more likely to vote in favour of staying inside the EU. So because we've now what's become central to our politics is this issue that cuts across the left-right divide, and it's the left-right divide that usually organises Conservative v Labour. It causes internal tensions within both parties. Indeed, the tension that's already been referred to between the relatively protectionist, sometimes quite big state, sometimes quite pro-regulation attitudes of many social conservatives, which put them at odds with big business, and it puts Labour's social liberals, metropolitans, its support in London at odds with its traditional working class support, to which the party probably has a disproportionate affective attention, because of course representing the working class is what the party thinks is what it's about, even though actually if you look at its ability to gain votes these days, it's no longer obviously the case.
Fascinating thoughts, and there's a lot of nodding here from the panel. John, we'll let you go. Your last thought, what do you think should be our takeaway from this historic election this evening?
Well, I think my takeaway is that the challenge facing the Prime Minister now, is he indeed going to be able to unite the country in a post-Brexit world? And this election clearly posed him with two challenges. One is, How does he persuade Remain voters to accept Brexit? He clearly was trying in his speech outside 10 Downing Street this afternoon, but we have to remember very few Remain voters voted for Boris Johnson yesterday. His second challenge is what's he going to do about the union, and in particular the fact that Scotland very, very clearly voted very differently from England and in a direction that suggests the argument about whether there should be another independence referendum is going to be alive and kicking for quite some time.
Sir John, thank you very much indeed. I'm going to pick up with you, Jonathan. I'm sure you've got thoughts on Scotland. You were a key negotiator in the Good Friday Agreement. You've thought long and hard about borders and all the rest. How is the Scotland conundrum resolved? Do that in a minute,
yeah, absolutely. Scotland and Northern Ireland, keeping the United Kingdom together is going to be Boris Johnson's big challenge. And you'll recall that polls showed that the Tory party members who voted him leader were happy to lose Scotland and Northern Ireland if that was the price of getting Brexit. And that's what he's going to face in terms of his supporters. Now, in Northern Ireland, once you put a border between Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom, Northern Ireland's going to be part of United Ireland for economic purposes. That will increase the tendency towards United Ireland for political reasons too, and I think that will happen within 10 years.
You think there will be United Ireland within 10 years?
I think there's a good chance there'll be United Ireland within 10 years.
Within 5?
Not probably within 5. And in terms of Scotland, the problem is that the more he rejects a referendum, the more he says there won't be a referendum, the more he's going to increase the resentment of Scottish voters, and the more he's going to increase support for independent Scotland. If he does that, it's going to be incredibly hard to prevent independence happening in due course. We can't stand in the way of that if we believe in consent.
Jonathan Powell, Joe Tanner, thank you both very much indeed. We go back to Christian in our election results centre for his final thought of the day. Christian.
Thank you, Emily. Yes, people coming in from work perhaps want to see the final picture. This is it. Best performance for the Conservatives since 1987, and Thatcher gets better when you look at vote share. Their best since 1979. Conversely, for Labour, horrendous night. Lost 59 seats. That's worse than Michael Foot in 1983. The Liberal Democrats, how did it end there? It started with so much promise 5 weeks ago. They're down on where they were in 2017, and Jo Swinson has lost her seat. Picked out some of the big swings through the night. These are the seats that went from red to blue. The likes of Bassetlaw, this is a typical kind of seat, a mining town in Nottinghamshire, seat of John Mann, who did stand down at this election. He had a majority of 5,000. Look at this. A majority now for the Conservatives of 14,000. These sort of figures, incidentally, not easily overturned in just one election. And look at the vote share change. Labour collapsing down 25%. The swing enormous, quite extraordinary. Similar picture in Dudley North. Ian Austin, vote Conservative, he told them. Marco Longhi, former mayor of Walsall, now with a majority of 11,500. Again, a seat that's not going to go back to Labour anytime soon, you would have thought. Sedgefield, the former seat of Tony Blair, he had a 25,000 seat majority when he came, vote majority when he came to power in 1997, and now it is in the hands of the Conservatives with a 4,500 majority. And one final one, someone I met on the road, Laura Pidcock. She was in the spin rooms, the rising star in Labour. Even she has lost her seat. She had a fairly decent majority. Now it's gone to the Conservatives, and again, a big collapse in the Labour vote share, and you see the swing, 10%. Quite an extraordinary election, Emily, and a lot of thinking to do for Labour.
Christian, thank you very much indeed. It has been a momentous day here at Westminster, and my time in the studio is coming to an end for the day, having started here this morning when Boris Johnson was addressing his supporters before heading back to number 10. We've seen him visit the Queen at Buckingham Palace and then formally begin his new term as Prime Minister. There will be plenty more throughout the evening on the BBC News channel and, of course, on BBC World News and on our website. But for now, it's goodbye from me and the team, and time to take a look at some of those key moments of the day, the last 24 hours as the drama unfolded.
Our exit poll is suggesting that there will be a Conservative majority.
thank you for the trust you have placed in us and in me, and we will work round the clock to repay your trust and to deliver on your priorities with a Parliament that works for you.
One of the realities of smashing glass ceilings is that a lot of broken glass comes down on your head. So I'm proud to have been the first woman to lead the Liberal Democrats. I'm even more proud that I will not be the last.
It's over, Mr. Corbyn, isn't it? It's over, isn't it?
And very sad for many people in this country who will now have a government that is continuing policies of austerity, and many of the poorest communities, I think, will suffer very badly.
Thank you all very much. Happy Christmas. Thank you.